playing poker in Texas in general. The home game atmosphere here, it's really fun. I don't know, I definitely want to make more trips out here. It's just a great place to play poker and kind of feels like home. I think that's something about Texas in general, is when you're around people in Texas, you kind of just feel like you're at home. And Rounders is exactly that kind of place where, kind of the place that I want to play poker in, because people are laughing and showing their cards and just mixing it up, and it's fun. I don't know, I love it here.
Welcome to Rounders Live. This is Season 2, Episode 14. We are playing the Employees Appreciation Game. It is a 1-2, no-limit hold'em. Tonight, everybody bought them for 150 to 300, looks like. Dave is our dealer again tonight. I'm JT, and in the booth with me tonight is Manny. How's it going, Manny?
So far, so good. We're just getting started.
Yep, about to get this thing underway.
I get to commentate on my fellow employees here.
Right. Have you played with most of them?
I don't know if I played with most of them, but I've definitely worked with most of them.
Right.
I got to look at the lineup here. A lot of these guys I've known for years.
Yeah, he's checking everybody in. Jackson, seat 1. Jack runs a lot of the tournaments, works on the floor.
He's one of our tournament directors as well.
Scotty Karate, our general manager, is in seat 2.
You know, all the employees are beginning for him.
Yeah. Giving him a bad shift, he's going to try and take their chips for it.
And if they take if they take his chips, they're getting the bad shifts. It's probably a good thing for Rounders that we don't hear what the players are saying too.
I'm sure they're all keeping it low key right now.
There'll be a lot of trash talking in this game.
Yeah, once it gets started, for sure.
Now, Little Dave, the dealer's a good friend of mine. I've known him for a long time.
Yeah.
He actually never dealt before he came to Rounders.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that. We got Mike Davis, who runs our production here, out. So we'll wish him, hopefully he's feeling better. Hopefully everything is okay. Not sure exactly what's going on, but for him to miss it must be something pretty bad. Yeah, I'll say, so let's go. We got some big tournaments coming. You know, we got a $10,000 guaranteed Big O Championship February the 27th this month at 12 p.m. So $300 buy-in, $20,000 in chips, $250 for a rebuy. It's unlimited until the second break. So I'm a Big O player, but that's going to be a pretty big game right there, $10,000. It looks like they're going to do a bomb pot to start off. Also, February 20th, before they get the first hand out, we're going to do a $25,000 guarantee triple stack February 20th at 2 p.m. 30-minute levels, $250 buy-in, 3 hours and 25-minute late registration, $30,000 in chips, $220 rebuys if you bust. So that's a nice tournament. February 20th, $25,000 guarantee. A $10,000 guarantee February 27th, the next week. So we're going to get the first hand on the way. They're going to do a Omaha bomb pot.
We'll find out real quick who's going to try to establish dominance and who the crazy action is going to be from.
Right. Well, seat 1 is Jack. Seat 2 is Scotty Karate. Seat 3 is Chris Ocho. Seat 4 is Ethan. Zach is in seat 5. Will is in seat 6. 7 is Mike. Bowtie is in seat 8. And Jared is in seat 9, right beside the dealer. And he's been doing some tracking along. You can see the computer in his hand.
It's a good mix of players.
And Scotty comes out firing.
Looks like they're doing a pineapple bomb pot. It looks like there's a mutt card in there. Or is it Omaha?
It's Omaha. So Scotty's going to lead out with an open pair and a gutter ball straight draw. Chris has a set of sixes with a flush draw. And Zach just has the flush draw with a pair of aces. Oh, wow. They got it all in the first hand.
I wonder why they're only doing one flop.
The card reader is only good for one board, so it's hard
Okay.
for them to do two boards. So they typically, their bomb pots are just one board. So we got a set of sixes and a king high flush draw.
I would take an even money.
And
That's-
Ethan-
So we've been all in on the first hand.
Ethan had called his all in, but I'm not sure why it says Zach. But Ethan is in seat 4. Chris has a little rebate back. He has Ethan covered. And the 3's a blank. They're going to run it twice. And
They're chopping it.
sixes, no. Sixes full, takes it down. Both boards. A set of sixes. And
Oh, wow. Yeah.
he makes a king.
It was a wrong heart on the
Yeah.
second board.
Yep. So Chris starts off the night with stacking Ethan.
So we have a new chip leader on the table.
So the first hand gets one player all in.
Yeah, they're all friends, but whoever loses the most money is not going to be happy tomorrow.
Right, right. These are all the tips they've worked so hard for. They're gambling with them. So they are playing a 1-2 no limit hold'em.
And keep in mind, this is kind of personal. They're all friends. They all want to, show each other up. They probably wouldn't be playing this way against normal players. By normal, I mean non-dealers.
Right, right. Table full of dealers all going at it
Now, dealers know the proper way to play, but they never play that way.
when they're playing each other.
Well, just in general, dealers dealers know what you should do, but we all have a little gamble in this.
Oh, absolutely. I've seen it firsthand.
A lot of times people say, well, now I know where you're dealing.
So when you're dealing, Manny, and you get into one of the regular games, and you're playing at a table, and you kind of really know how this person plays a lot, are you more likely to play him harder?
Well, it depends. If I'm playing with people that I work with, people that I work for, and they're normal tipping customers,
Right.
I try not to do too much bluffing at them. Or if I do bluff at them, I'm definitely not going to show them. I don't want to anger them and affect my
Right.
future
Absolutely.
future income. But if I'm playing them outside of rounders, anything goes.
Gotcha. Looks like a pair of sixes from Scotty Karate got out-flopped with ace-4 of Jerry.
Jerry can be a loose cannon from time to time.
And he's going to take it down. So Jerry takes down the first hand, or second hand. Well, there's the chip counts. Looks like Chubby Chris started with 340, Bowtie 300. Zach and Jack probably started around with 300 because they both played the bomb pot.
If I was going to get a nickname for myself, I hope my name was Chris, and I hope they call me Chubby Chris. It's funny, some of these poker nicknames we get.
Oh, yeah. Is that his Instagram, Chubby Chris?
I have no idea.
Right? We got a $5 straddle? Or is that, I can't tell if that's 10 or 5. Must be 5. If it's a 1-2 game, probably a $5 straddle.
They are allowed to straddle from 4 to 10 on the button.
Oh, there's a
But
15.
it must have been 5 to a race of 15. And that's coming from Big Mike. I think Big Mike's already been playing all day, so he's warmed up.
Yeah, we were playing in the mix game. He was playing some of the mix game earlier today, so I believe he's playing Hold'em as well, so he's been making his rounds.
Yeah, he's made a quick impression here at Rounders. He's he likes to gamble. He likes to have fun. He's a good worker.
He's a good dealer for sure, yeah. But then you're definitely looking at some of the best dealers in San Antonio. I can't say that about their card playing just yet because this is the first time I get to see them playing against each other.
Hey, just because they win in this game doesn't mean they're a good player.
Well, to me, if you win, you're a good player. End of story.
You know, if the bad players never won, it wouldn't be any fun. We'd lose all the bad players.
Wow, we got some flush draws and aces. Jack has aces with a 3 kicker, probably not his best card, but Will's going to lead out with his flush draw.
Will I've known for a long, long time. He's kind of a crazy player, too.
Mike comes out raised. Oh, he just called to 55. Wow. Yeah, Will, he's betting on his flush draw, but he has a straight draw to go with it, any 4.
Yeah. Mike's just calling to see what comes on the turn with middle pair. And Scotty does the right thing and folds.
That 10 is a blank, so Will continues. Oh, he's all in for 25. I don't think Mike's going to fold. Oh, he does? Wow.
It's not a bad folder. He's not giving away any information.
He's all in for 25, whatever, 28, and the pot's over 100.
You know, if Will's going all in, he knows he's protecting a hand. Mike knows he's protecting a hand, and he pretty much, in that case, can only hit a queen or a 5.
Yeah, I'm not good enough to fold there.
He'll find a better spot.
If I put in 55, it costs me 25 more to see the river.
He just folded and added on more chips for the record.
Yeah, he's adding on 100.
So all he's do is he'll keep Will covered and try to stack him the next time. Again,
Sometimes the card readers aren't always correct, so Will could have had an ace in his hand. I didn't see it. I saw the flush draw, but he could have had an ace. Sometimes when the cards pass over different readers, it doesn't show the proper hand sometimes.
You remember, this is early in the game, still a feeling out process. No one wants to be embarrassed by making a bad call or making a bad fold.
There's a straddle under the gun. Chris is going to make a 30.
That looks like Big Mike made a 30 there.
Oh, yeah, Big Mike. Thank you. Oh, Will gets out of the way.
Did Edward call? Oh, that's Will. I thought it was Edward, but it's Will. Oh, we're going to the next hand.
Yeah. Now there's a $10 straddle out there from Mike.
Yeah, he's definitely going to establish aggression early. Now, by playing this aggressive early, he can get people to start attacking, and he can tighten up a little bit later on and pick up some good pots.
Try and get some chips early, and then.
No, actually, he's gonna show a lot of loose aggression early. Get people to start calling him, and then he'll reload, get more chips on the table, and tighten up his game probably, and they'll be calling him later on with thinking he's bluffing, and he'll have them pegged.
I'm at the big rounders up on my phone so we can see the chat. See all the comments out there. Will wakes up with one of his, it's actually a premium hand for him, ace 10, and he's going to fold. Scotty makes it $45 with his 7-4.
I see Will running some of his best attire wearing his Popeye shirt.
Jack 6. Ace high is good right now.
No one has anything, but let's see who makes a play at it.
Scotty bets 75. Wow.
I'd be shocked if anyone calls him, though.
Right.
Let's see if he shows the bluff. Let's see.
No. He can't. It's too early, like you said.
They're already getting from anyway. People are going to call him with good hands. Bottom pair probably would have called him there. Yeah, generally a strong player is not going to bet strong there with a jack.
Right. They'll check and trap it, but
But then again, this is a group of knowledgeable players, so that could be like a reverse psychology. I'm going to bet. Don't ever think I have a jack.
well, any pair because everybody missed it. So if they have two pair, it'd be hard for them to catch up with ace 10 that was out there.
The straddle front side here for $5 from Mike.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to keep a straddle going.
Well, I think Mike's going to straddle every chance he gets.
Jared's going to come in.
Jared's probably limping with a big hand. Let's see what he has there. We don't see his whole cards.
Jerry, King 10. He's
Oh,
called
right.
Jerry for.
He never gets any respect.
Well, he put it in there himself because he's the action tracker tonight.
Trying to be incognito.
Yeah, he's playing and working.
So we got a raise. Raise came from Jack.
Ace Jack offsuit.
Well, one of the cards is named after you. Almost got a raise, right?
Right. And Ethan comes back to the table loaded, and he has pocket eights. He's everybody's nemesis.
It'd be
Oh,
tough.
he's raising.
Yeah, I say it'd be tough to call here. You almost got to fold or raise here. If you're last to act and there's multi-way callers, you can limp in and see a flop, but you might be heads up after this bet. So you either want to raise there or get out of the way.
Yeah, Mike 3-bet with the King 8 suited.
You know, Taxi Will wants to call this, and he has the chips to call it, but it really isn't a great call.
Wow, it's three-handed to this flop.
And he does make the call, and he does hit the flop.
Yeah, wheels all in with the Queen.
So he overplays his hand there. I mean, he made a loose call pre-flop. First to act, he probably should have checked there. And check raise,
No,
a check raiser would have been really strong.
Yeah, I don't think Mike would have bet, and I know Ethan wouldn't have bet with those pocket eights. He knows someone hit that board.
I think Ethan might have thrown a bet out there.
Will shoved, hoping they'd have jacks or worse.
And then again, if no one bets, you've kind of disguised your hand for the turn card. Of course, if an ace or king comes out, then you're in trouble. Ace king, even an 8, but I'd prefer a check play there. Check raise is one of the strongest plays in poker.
Yeah, you're watching the Rounders Card Club representing the employee appreciation game. It's a 1-2 no limit hold'em, and Manny's in the booth with me tonight. Manny, you gonna sit out there and play for a little bit tonight, or you just gonna relax back here where it's nice and safe like I do?
I haven't decided. It depends on what I say about these players. I don't get them too upset with me. If they get upset with me, they're going to come after my chips. Out there.
Well, they're all having a little fuel right now. Everybody has a shot. Adult beverage for everybody.
Well, if I get enough fuel, I might go out there and play after all. Will's wearing a Popeye shirt, and if I'm Popeye, shots would be my spinach.
All right.
Or I would think so anyway. It's always fake. Fake courage. I am glad they are acting pretty quickly, though. The game's moving along pretty nice.
Yeah, Ethan's waking up with some big hands. He's just getting out flopped and unlucky. Ace Queen makes it 15 for 1-2. Scotty Karate's going to come along. Can't fold the 10-7 suited.
Well, he's asked to act. It's a
Getting 4-1 on his money, right?
he's
How
getting
can you fold?
yeah.
Someone just flops the open note. He has a pair.
So yeah, Jack has a middle pair open-ended, I believe.
Open-ended, right?
But this is also not a bad spot for Scotty to make a play with a gut shot, 2 over cards.
Mike has the gut shot as well with the 7, ace 7. 40 for Jack. But Jack must have called.
Scotty let it go.
Jack called.
So if I'm Jack there, I probably push here. I mean, I don't want to just call in position.
Well, he does have two overcards to the board with Mike's ace 7. So I'm wondering if he's ever going to fold. Oh, there it goes. That's a straight for Mike. It's a 7.
And that's the worst thing that can happen to Jack there. Now he turns 2 pair, and is pretty much drawing just to a chop. And I mean, he can get a 4 or 3. But
He's all in. Oh my gosh, Jack jams all in, and Mike has it. He needs a board to pair with a 3 or a 4.
See, had Jack done the raising there.
They want to run it. They run it once. Wow.
Yeah, had Jack raised on that turn card, he might have gotten Big Mike to fold that card before the river. I mean, he only has a gut shot at that point.
Right. Mike ends up making an 8 high straight.
Instead, he gave Mike the opportunity. Then he hits the wrong card to hit, and it ended up costing him.
Yep. Mike doesn't have Jack covered, but he's going to have 3/4 of his stack. Jack's going to reload.
And see, that's why it pays off to be aggressive early. Mike's been aggressive, and he leads out there. They don't put him on a straight, and so Jack raised thinking he was good there, and that's just because Mike was playing loose and aggressive.
Right.
Be curious to see what happens if they get in the hand again. I wouldn't be surprised if the same thing happens. Mike's going to lead out, and Jack's going to call with just about anything.
Well, if you want to come out to Rounders and play March 4th through the 6th, we are having the $100,000 guaranteed marathon freeze out. $50,000 in chips. It's a $500 buy-in. There's 5 flights, but there's satellites and day ones that you can get into. And they did have a drawing during the Super Bowl for some seats to get into the marathon. I don't know who the winners were, but congratulations to them.
Yeah, they had some squares. I imagine we had at least 15 or 20 seats given away.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, instead of winning $500, you win a seat into the tournament.
Yeah, right. Instead of winning the cash, you want a seat into the tournament.
Yeah, and these tournaments
For $20, you get a $500 seat. Man, $100,000 guarantee. What's that?
these tournaments
20,000 or more for first?
It's at least 25,000 for first.
Wow.
If we have a 100,000 guarantee though, we're easy to surpass that. I'd imagine it goes at least 150, if not 200,000. So you're looking at first place probably somewhere between $30, $40, or even $50,000.
Yeah, that's a nice
We
tournament.
get players coming from all of Texas to come play those tournaments. The Valley, Houston, Austin, Dallas. We've made a quick impression on the state of Texas and the poker community. So back to the action here.
Bowtie's got pocket 10s. He's going to raise it up a little bit.
And
Zag made it 15 with ace-9 offsuit, but pocket 10s is going to make it 35.
And ironically, Bowtie's not wearing a bow tie.
He's always wearing a bow tie at work, though, right?
Well, I've known him a long time, too. He's started off calling himself the bow tie killer.
Okay.
And I guess he just shortened it to bow tie. That wouldn't be quite appropriate for Rounders employees to be called a bow tie killer.
And Jared looks like he's coming in with ace-king. The jack is a scare card for bow tie, but maybe he'll continuate with the 10s. He is. He's grabbing some chips. He's going to make it 50. Maybe 40. Yeah, okay, 40.
It's kind of a weak bet. Can confuse the players. I don't know if he's betting weak because he's weak or he's betting weak to entice action.
Yeah, I think he's probably putting a bet out there to see if anybody can raise. He might put him on a jack, but he's going to take down the pot.
Well, first act is the hardest place to play. So it was good. That was a good lead out for him.
Yeah, the only person I could possibly call would be ace-king, but he had 2 overcards to the board.
Yeah, if he checks, they're both getting a free card, and he's pretty much, if something higher than that comes out on the turn, he can't do anything. So his best chance to win that pot was to lead out there.
We'll come on out to the Rounders Card Club. We're at 3723 Colony Drive, right off of I-10 and Wurzbach. Come on down. You can play cards. You can hit the golf simulators. You can come and just enjoy the rail bar and grill. Great food, great drink.
And now you can even get a haircut.
You can come to the Bad Beat Barbershop and get you a great haircut. Off your first visit, you get $5 off. The ladies in there do a great job.
And for those of you who like to play cash games, you do get an hour comp toward food and drinks, non-alcoholic, but food and drinks for every hour you do play.
That's correct, yeah. And I think we have like 6 no-limit hold'em tables going right now.
We are the place to be for No Limit Hold'em. It's plays pretty big. Minimum buying's 100, but if you come with 100, you're pretty much putting yourself in a bad spot.
Right, we got a 1-1 no-limit hold'em game. We got a 1-2, a 1-2-5. We have the mixed game goes every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday, which I was just playing earlier tonight.
And
Enjoy that.
By the way, we'll put up any game if you get the players for it.
All right, if you request a game, I'm sure you're going to have people that want to play it. They do the double board bomb pot pineapple, which is a very active game.
Now the cameras only show us one board, but we can always try to guess what the other.
Ethan's going to bet his flush draw, and Jack with middle pair is going to call. Ethan hits his 7 with a flush draw. I think he's going to keep betting here.
Jack's in the tank.
Wow, he's good and don't know it, right? Oh, he's all in for 20? What's going on? I don't understand the board.
Jack had top pair
3 queens?
and was short stack, so it was going to be hard for Ethan to fold there. This might be little Dave's lucky day to be a dealer because dealers tend to tip better than the average player.
Right. If you see the chips on the table, the white chips are $1, the red chips are $5, the green chips are $25, and all the singles are all on the table for tipping. They can't tip in chips; they have to use dollar bills. And Dave loves seeing all those stacks in front of everybody.
Yes, every chip that is paid for has to stay on the table to keep this game legal. Hypothetically, anyone that buys into this game could win every chip on the table. So if they buy in for $2,000, someone could end up with all $2,000.
Right.
Theoretically.
Right. Yeah, right now at Rounders Card Club, we have 7 1-2 no-limit tables going. Oh, we got the Big O that goes every day. 5-5 Big O, if you love to play Big O. We also have the Big O tournament coming up February 27th at 12 p.m., $300 buy-in, $10,000 guarantee, $20,000 in chips. Manny said he's going to stake me in that one, so good luck to me.
For those of you who aren't familiar with Big O, it's basically Omaha with 5 cards. We do pay it high-low. You have to pay 2 cards out of your hand, match 2 cards on the board.
We can't see Bowtie's cards, but he's wanting to raise, but I think he's going to let it go. Yep. Bowtie does fold. Says Jared has pocket 9s unfolded, but oh wow, Jack wakes up with jacks. That's a good sign.
I don't know if I was playing cards and I wanted to have my cards as my name, I'd want to be called Ace.
Oh, Scotty just rips it in there with King, Queen, or Queen 10 suited.
Jack's been unlucky so far. Let's see if he gets unlucky again.
He's just trying to build the pot a little bit. And, of course, the King comes out there with 2 hearts. Doesn't pair anybody, but Will has the nut flush draw with a paired board. He's definitely betting. Here's 100. Quick bet.
Jack here has to either raise or fold. There's no calling here. He's going to go all in, or he's got to let go of his hand.
He doesn't realize he's only dead to an ace or a heart. Well, yeah, he's going to let it go. Scotty, too. Ugh. Will just puts the pressure on you, and he shows the nut flush draw.
Yeah, it would never be a right play for Jack there just to call with the jacks.
Yeah.
He still won't know where he's at. He's got to make another decision on the turn.
He got stacked earlier, so he's being a little cautious with that king on the board and the flush draw.
Yeah, and that's certainly not going to help his confidence there. So he's probably thinking, man, it's not my unlucky day. So he's probably going to be playing kind of on tilt a little bit, but he probably won't be playing very aggressive. Although he does have, looks like he has 2 drinks there. That might help his confidence some.
Has a beer and a shot.
For those of you that don't know, we do have a full bar and restaurant here at Rounders Card Club.
And we do have a waiting list for our employee game.
We have a front side straddle here. There'll be 5 to come in minimum. Zach makes a raise. I think it's the first raise we've seen from him today so far.
He's tired of folding. Wants to raise with his queen 9 offsuit. Will's never folding jack ace offsuit.
But then again, this is Zach that raised, and he hasn't raised today, and so a lot of players don't like to give action to what they deem are players that don't give action. So sure enough, Zach gets heads up. It's him and Will. Now,
8-8-8.
Will
Wow.
technically has the best hand here, but Zach hasn't raised, so they're probably putting him on a much bigger hand than what he really has. I'd be shocked if Will calls here. Now, a raise wouldn't surprise me, but a call would surprise me.
Zach's going to take it down, representing any pair.
And it's good. You wait that long to play a hand. It's hard for people to call him with just an ace high. Zach's actually been playing here at Rounders probably than just about anyone here is on the table. That he was playing long before his employee here.
Was he?
We have straddle. We're allowing a I don't know if we're allowing a re-straddle there, or that's going to be considered a raise in the dark to 10.
It's probably a double straddle.
In our regular games, we do not allow a double straddle. Since this is an employee game, they may just be allowing it. So we'll see if he gets final action here or not.
Yeah, that's a good way to tell. See what happens. Action's on Will. Will wakes up with pocket kings and a double straddle. Come on.
He wants everyone to see the cards again.
Yeah. See why he's raising.
And
he's
limps, which is typical. If he wouldn't have showboated so long and we put his hands over the cameras, people may not have picked up on it. But there might be some people leery of that move.
There is a raise.
The raise came from Big
Mike, yeah.
With a dry ace. Well, he has suited ace, but it's a small suited ace.
Scotty's got ace 8.
Ace 8 suited.
He's probably going to fold. No, it's offsuit.
Oh.
Club and a spade. Now Will's going to come over the top for.
It's still okay. Now it's folded.
Oh, an all in and a call. What?
Again.
Oh my goodness!
Big Mike's playing loose aggressive.
This is an $800 pot. Oh,
that's not good.
He's got to flop a set of kings.
Yeah. So.
And the ace on the river does not help Big Mike. Mike shows him he's got ace. Will says I got the kings. Wow, what a pot! Will shows the bluff one hand, and comes up with a set of kings. And stacks.
So Big Mike will probably reload here. I expect Will to tighten up his game now that he has chips.
That was almost a $900 pot, $860 maybe.
And that's part of, playing with your fellow workers, employees. You don't want to be shown up. You don't want to get bluffed out of a pot. So you're going to get a lot more loose calling in this game than you normally would see in a regular game.
I don't know how it went to limp in for $40 raise to all in 400 call.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
In Mike's position, he's just to the left of Will, so he can't see all the Hollywooding that Will did before that hand. If you're in seat 1, 2, 9, or 8, you can probably put Will in a big hand. A limp re-raise is a strong play also. So,
wow, that's a monster pot.
I think Mike knew he was behind it. He was just gambling. go now. It looks like everyone's going to start reloading.
Yeah, you can buy in for what, 75% of the biggest stack?
Right. So now the real game is about to start.
Oh my goodness. He's got 650. Mike's coming after those chips. He's coming back.
Yeah. So Will looks like he's sitting on 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8.
900.
Yeah, probably at least 900. But
If the pot was 860, I don't know how much he actually had. And
no, he did not have Mike covered though. So if the pot
No.
was 860, he should be sitting on about 1720.
no, the both star was like 4 something. So he ended up with almost 900.
I believe Mike had him covered, so it looks like whatever the pot was, that's what Will should have in front of him. But Mike reloaded. And we saw another player out on another 200.
My goodness.
Are we getting a dealer change here, or is it still Dave?
Yeah, the 1-2 dealer appreciation game has a $900 pot. That's amazing.
We're still in the first hour. We haven't seen anything yet. Okay.
So, Manny, we get a question. Here's a good, you can give us the answer. What does under the gun mean?
Under the gun is going to be the first player to act after the blinds.
So the blinds are the 2 white chips and the single white chip. That's the small blind and the big blind. And then the next person to act is under the gun, which he actually straddled
Right.
for $5.
So since he straddled,
So the fourth person
the fourth person actually becomes under the gun in this particular
is
hand.
under the gun.
And if you're going to ask what under the gun is, there's also a cutoff seat, which is just to the right of the button, would be considered the cutoff position.
Sam, is that Manny the dealer? Yes, that's Manny the dealer in the booth tonight. Yep, that's good.
All right, we have a little misdeal here. Looks like Straddle did not get another card. That happens from time to time. Again, at Rounders, we probably have. I have what we consider I think we have the best dealers here in town. You know, if not just about any card house I've ever been to, we have a good staff of dealers here.
Great staff of dealers. The whole facility is locked up with great employees. I've played a lot with everybody, whether it's here or there, and I haven't gone anywhere since I've came here.
You know, one of the strongest comments I hear is about our dealers.
I think. Oh yeah, for sure. Will with his Popeye shirt on is getting all the spinach tonight.
I imagine it'll tighten up a little bit now. We'll see.
Scotty Karate's going to come out raising with the 10-8 of clubs. Zach's got pocket tens. He's going to re-raise.
Well, Scotty hasn't played very many hands. I'm sure he's getting bored and he's on the button, wanting to make a little play at it.
That's Will Straddle. He wakes up with a big hand.
Again, Zach's one of those players that he's a dealer, but he plays more like a regular player. A lot of these dealers have gamble to him. Zach's pretty much straightforward.
All right, Manny, another poker question for you. What about when they say the hijack? Where is the hijack position?
I have not actually heard that term before, the hijack position. If I had to guess, I guess it's right before the cutoff, but I would just be guessing. And people talk here all the time. I'm not familiar with that term. Did that flop just come 10 high? Did Zach just flop a boat?
Trey is out there. He said no, he's going to be coming too.
I can't see the board. But at first pick, I thought a 10 flopped on it. And if it flopped out. Scotty
Wow,
let out.
tens full versus tens and fives. How does that happen? The case 10.
And Scotty has no idea he's drawing dead.
The case 10 means the fourth 10, the only 10 available.
Scotty checks. Zach should check behind him, but let's see what he does. Oh,
10's full, takes down the pot.
was that an all-in hand?
Yes, Scotty got all his chips in with 10s and 5s, and
Zach expects some
Zach
overnight.
had to flop the 10s full.
Zach expects some overnight shifts next week. For those of you who don't know, we are open 24 hours on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. We do not close Thursday, Friday, or Saturday night.
I'm JT, this is Manny, and we have L Thunderbird joining us in the booth. What's happening, Trey?
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, man. How you doing?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
You out playing tonight or what?
I was gonna jump in there in a bit. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
I was gonna play
Cool.
a little bit.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. We've had some big pots already tonight. We're doing the game is 1-2. They probably bought in for like maybe 200 to 300. And Will and Chris in seats 6 and 7 had a $900 pot.
Taxi Will.
Yeah, Taxi Will.
All right, I'm gonna have to get these names straight. They're all flying under the radar.
Okay. Yeah, Will had pocket kings against ace 8. There was a raise with ace 8, a limping with kings, a raise with ace 8, a bet, and a shove, and a call, and Will flops a set of kings and holds on.
Yeah, Big Mike's been showing a lot of aggression, but he's lost a lot of chips, so now it looks like he's going to have to settle down a little bit.
Yeah, I was hoping to come in, and I've never dealt before in my life, but maybe they let me deal and give these guys some bad beats like they give me on some turns and rivers over the years.
Right?
Hey, I'm not going to lie. I would love to play when Trey is dealing.
Give me some of my grief back.
Now, Trey's one of our good guys. He promotes rounders unlike just about any of our customers. He's almost like an honorary chairman here.
All right, Queen High flop. Pretty dry board. Cubby Chris holding it down in position.
Now, Will has a lot of chips here. Let's see if he tries to play at it or what he's going to do in this hand. He has shown a few bluffs, and it paid off for him when he caught that set.
So, does Zach have any concerns about stacking Scotty and getting the midnight shifts now?
No, again, I think Zach is one of those guys. He's probably more of a player than he's a dealer. He loves to play the game.
3 on the turn helps nobody.
Right?
Figures a trade wouldn't help anybody.
Ochoa's going to bet his queen for sure.
Wearing that terrible Cubbies gear that he's always got on.
And he's been pretty quiet today so far.
Yeah, he's not mixing it up. But 80 takes it down.
Well, when you don't play very many hands, a strong bet will normally get
That's
you
a good
pot.
sized pot right there.
I believe that's the first time he's let out into a pot, though, so it played to his strength there.
That turn didn't come out and help Zach the way that he probably wanted it to, holding second pair with the 9, 3 blank. Couldn't do much.
Some of these players have been pretty quiet so far. I expect the game to start getting a little bit more action-packed here pretty soon. I won't be surprised if Big Mike creates some more action here in the next few hands.
So, El Thunderbird, you're in this game and you're playing. Are you going to try and steal pots with against these dealers if you're in there mixing it up? I mean, with the amount of chips, I mean, you're used to playing with a lot more chips on the table, but how does that affect the dynamics of your play when you only have 200-300 out there?
Well, people are going to be getting their stacks in with lesser strength hands when their SPR is lower. It's just a fact. You're going to have to watch your aggression as far as bluffing with a stack to pot ratio escalating as quickly as it does in this type of range. And so I won't get away with all the nonsense I normally may. Got a big hand brewing here with jacks and queens.
Oh, man, pocket fours, pocket queens, pocket jacks. Unfortunately, Ethan has jacks and all in for 20. Doesn't have much to push anybody off the hand, but Bowtie is never going anywhere with queens.
And Will's
But-
probably going to overpay his fours.
But is Jared going to get in there with he calls for sure.
Bowtie just calls to get Jack to come along.
And Scotty.
Jack and Scotty have to come along here.
All right, 5-1 on your money. What, 6-1? Yeah, 6-1
I'm probably re-raising.
with ace 9. Oh,
Yeah, I don't know the Bowtie should just called there.
Well, if I'm Jack or Scott, I'm re-raising as well. So it's we're gonna see here. So Jack's got the backdoor nut flush draw, still up against queens. Scotty's got two overs. Jerry's got
So
his pair
Bowtie's going to lead
fours.
out here. It's not going to be, in the long run, this is not, a high percentage money play. If he would raise pre-flop, he would make more money on his hand. Betting into a dry side pot is going to get probably most of these players to fold.
If I'm Jack, I'm coming along.
Ace
here.
Jack.
Yeah, I'm probably going to see the turn. Let me see. He's at 283, so it's a third of his stack, so he's probably got to fold there.
Well,
Yeah.
Trey, you weren't here
I'm
earlier.
getting acclimated to their stacks. I'm
Sure,
sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
sure.
Trey, you weren't here earlier, but Jack's been pretty unlucky so far. I don't think he wants to take any more chances. I think he's only going to call with a hand that he knows is the best
Oh,
hand
and
right now.
both Scotty and Jack would have got there
You see
with
that?
Jack getting the worst of it too, with Scotty having a better kicker.
Yeah, well, you got to remember Jack has lost a couple big hands already.
And that's where the SPR really comes into play.
So Bowtie could have made more profit there had he raised pre-flop.
Break down the SPR for the
stack to
players.
pot ratio. So Bowtie slow played his queens. It's a very dry flop with one all in, right? And so my desire to continue if somebody does show aggression on, what was it, an 8 high board?
Correct.
And is pretty likely holding ace-9 there. But when I get down to a third of my stack going in for a backdoor flush or two overs to hit, I have to make a whole different set of decisions against that range. Where Bowtie had limped in, he could have had ace-8, already be ahead, and I'm drawing to my ace and my 9.
Yeah, and again, at this table, they're going to play a little different than they would at a normal mainstream game. These are dealers. They don't want to get outsmarted by another dealer. They're not going to expect anyone to bet into a dry side pot unless they have a good hand. So that's why I think more so Bowtie should have really raised pre-flop.
Well, I think Bowtie got hurt because he made it 15 on top of the 2, and of course Ethan didn't have enough to open up the betting again.
Oh yeah.
So he couldn't open. He couldn't raise there pre-flop.
Well, that makes
So
sense
he was
if
stuck.
that-
He was stuck with just betting on the flop.
Maybe I could see the not firing into the dry side pot if it was just 2 people. But with 5 to the flop, you gotta make chips where you can with strong hands.
Yeah, once the flop comes, he doesn't really have much of a choice unless he hopes someone's going to bet. He can check raise him, but pre-flop I think would have been the place to put a better bet out there.
Well, the king high flush gets out flopped by the jack high flush. $61. He should bet what, 40, 45?
Earlier I was thinking that said Chubby Chris, but it's Cubby Chris. Either way, it's not a good nickname.
Wow, as Chris would say.
Right.
He does drive a Corvette. I would put Corvette Chris up there.
So
Mike's going to keep his aggression on and raise Chris, but the Chris is not going to go anywhere.
I don't know. Chris is playing pretty conservative. I'm curious to see what he does here.
He's all in.
runner,
There you
runner,
go.
diamonds. Which
He's going to take it down.
Yeah, I like that play.
Yeah, it's a big play.
Calling's not a right play. You got to raise or fold.
Yeah, never call. But I don't know if you could raise enough without going all in for him to fold.
Again, Mike's been playing aggressive and getting unlucky, so it's going to be hard for him to call this again.
his range doesn't have
There
a
you go.
lot of 6s, a lot of 3s. That would be 2 pairs and just very few jacks. Definitely no over pairs. So take it down now with bad kicker, top pair bad kicker, instead of somebody getting lucky on a bad
Exactly.
turn card and a rubber
it was a strong
card.
play.
It's a good play.
Yeah, I like that play a lot.
Would have been interested if they checked it down and got to the river with a runner flush and Mike sucking out there.
Had this hand happened 30 to 45 minutes earlier, it might have been played differently. Mike's been playing very aggressive and has lost a lot of chips, so I don't think he wanted to play from thinking he might be from behind again. So I expect Mike to get in there, though. He's going to.
Yeah, Chris told him he had the best hand, and if you're bluffing, which he had no piece of it, so he couldn't call.
Hey, if one of these dealers tells you they have the best hand, you don't know if they're telling the truth or not.
I've never seen Mike not to be aggressive when I've sat with him. I've played a few sessions with him. Got real lucky against him one time that he still holds over my head and just sticks in his crawl.
Sometimes you can never forget the hands you lose, but you can forget all the winning hands.
It's important, kids, to have a
Yeah.
greatest hits Rolodex. As you're
Right.
coming in and boosting yourself up, think about those good hands instead of the one that maybe took you out last game.
As a dealer, I can verify that players remember their losing hands way more than their winning hands.
Scotty
I hear about-
Karate's got some bow ties.
I hear about all the losing hands way more than I hear about the winning hands.
All right.
Suited connectors for bow tie. He's going to come along. I like those hands. Out of the big blind.
I just like
Got a
those-
whole range there.
I just like when there's this many players seeing a flop.
2 diamonds.
More than
Bowtie flops his flush draw. He's going to come out leading.
Again, first to act is a hard position to play out of. I mean, it's almost best to come out leading, see where you're at early.
Yeah, this is like a little defensive bet, right? You throw it out there. Hopefully no one raises you. Maybe they call with a weak ace.
I think the bet sizing is small. I think Bowtie needs to go heavier there.
Well,
15 into a
but-
$75 pot with multi-way.
Well, here's the thing, though. If you lead out with a small bet, they don't know if you're looking to entice action or if you're looking to control
Wow.
the betting.
Can he continue? Oh, he can't continue.
Of course not. Yeah. 7
You'd
high,
have to rep-
with the 7 high flush draw.
No,
You're
no.
not wanting to
Yeah.
build a pot that you're going to have a hard
Yeah, if-
decision
if-
with
if
on,
Bowtie's
On the
a
river?
street.
Yeah, Bowtie's in
Hey, that's why I'm back here, bro. I'm back here learning. I'm into my safe zone.
And with everything, there's probably people out there right now disagreeing with me. Like, everybody has a different way to see that. But $15 from early position into an $80 pot with
His 7 high takes it down.
everybody behind you. He got it.
He bet the
Good for you,
flush.
Bowtie.
Yeah.
But, you have to check that turn after that because
Well, not necessarily.
you don't want to build a pot that, you missed the river and now you're in a position of either giving up, most likely, or even if you hit, 7 high flush draw doesn't feel great.
Yeah, but if you bet big on the turn, make a pot size bet. Now they think you might be protecting your hand that you were trying to get action with on the flop. So it could play either way.
Robert gives us a what's up, JT, Trey, and Manny. Hey, what's up, Robert?
Robert, how you living?
Talk to me. What's going on tonight?
Which Robert is that?
Robert Tillman.
Oh. Oh, Rob.
Robert Tillman. He's probably going to change seats in a minute here to watch from a different position. Love you, Robert.
I look forward to raising your big blind in the near future. I know you love that. Jack starting out raising 15 with king, queen, hearts, and diamonds.
You're actually the best hand right now.
I mean, out of all the players so far, I think Jack's been the most unlucky player so far today. He's got some premium hands and just gotten unlucky.
So Scotty Karate elects to come along from an early position with 5-6 off. Don't know if that's GTO.
Oh, and Jack flops 3 kings. He's never going to get paid off. He did check it. And the full house is there.
Now, if Jack checks again, I won't be surprised if Scotty
I
leads out.
think he
There
has
you go.
to.
There you
You
go.
have to. Yeah, great move, Jack. Oh, he called too quickly, though.
Oh, the ace gets there.
You have
Jack
to bet,
can't-
Jack.
No,
you
no,
have to bet.
The ace is also a scare card for Scotty. He's not going to make any money by betting here.
Yeah, he can't.
That's why you check raise the turn. He snap called, and you
You're not gonna
you run the risk of a scare card hitting the river, right? Which is the case where you're not going to get action. So
Don't show it, Jack. Don't show it. Oh, you showed it.
give him the
queen.
Give him the chance to 4-bet.
Well, the queen beat him
bluff you.
anyway.
And Scotty just gave the nice little posture and then shuffling the chips for a minute, going, "Really? You got there?"
I don't know. If I'm Jack, I'd check that river one more time because I know I'm not getting called.
Right. You can't bet until when you got the nuts.
Yeah. But either way, I don't think he's making much more money in the hand. Again, it's just Jack getting unlucky tonight. Gets a big hand. Only one person in there with him with another weak hand in there, so he was not going to make a whole lot of money in that hand.
I didn't see who had the high VPIP. I'm sure it's Mike, maybe.
Ethan hadn't been seeing a lot of flops.
Ethan's been stacked already, and
Yeah.
Very,
Yeah.
very first hand.
he played a little aggressive kind of early.
And
Well, he's looking sharp, looking dapper, my man.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what they're saying, but I'm sure he feels he's playing great.
Bowtie, you come in to join us in the booth?
You like that, bluff? You like that, bluff? I had to continue on the river. That was the only way to take it down. You know?
You got it.
Grab Trey's mic just for a second. Tell us what you were doing.
I don't know.
Put on. Let's go. So you got a seven high flush draw. You bet the flush draw. You miss it. The river comes a spade, and you lead out, and everybody folds. What are you thinking
Well,
there? You can't win without a showdown?
First off, he checked the turn, which he could have kept bluffing there and made a strong bet on the turn. But by not betting that turn card, he kind of disguised his hand, and he could raise on the river and take that bluff down.
Well, the deal was I was trying to control the pot.
Right, that's what I
So
said.
I was trying to control it, so I threw a little $15 bet out there. And then after that, I was hoping I could get a free card and get, on the turn. Didn't work out. So on the river, I had position. No one, everybody just checked to me, and I just bet it.
Trey was telling us he was hoping you'd bet a little stronger, maybe 25. You know,
Yeah. Well, like I was saying, that bet could be something to control the pot. It could be something to entice.
I felt it was a blocker bet too. Yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, it was just, like I said, just to see where I was at, and I just needed to control the pot.
right. Well, that was a great play, man. Thanks for joining us in the booth. Great playing. Go get some money out there.
Hey, Bowtie, before you go, let me ask you this: so if you were trying to get a free turn card, what do you do if you turn a flush there? Do you check it or do you lead out?
No, I lead out.
Yeah.
Lead out. Continuation.
Especially if it's a big card too, where they
Yeah.
have a straight draw or maybe two pair.
Correct.
Right. I got you.
That's what I would do.
Because by checking there, you disguise your flush. But
How you like the game so far?
It's pretty good. I like it. And
What-
I'm
What about
glad-
Will stacking the big mic there?
Man, he wants his chips back. You know, he
You can
wants
tell
his
that.
chips back. So
Yeah.
he's
yeah,
we're drinking, having fun, and it's
how's the trash talking down there?
no, there's not much there. There's not much trash talking. It's just
Good
like I
play,
said,
right?
Just good, having fun, having some drinks.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, man. We appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you, JT.
You're welcome,
Thank
buddy.
you, guys. You're doing a good job. Appreciate it.
Good luck out there, Jeremy.
Oh well, I'm disappointed that there's not an abundance of trash talk. That's
All right.
sad to hear.
So Bowtie was telling us that he put out a little blocker bet, basically, but you're thinking it could be a little bigger blocker bet, maybe just to shut down the. What were you thinking with the two diamonds?
With two streets to come, with so many people in the pot, I think it was 5 ways, and you've got equity on that board in your flush draw, but it's not great. If you're putting and bloating the pot with a 7 high flush draw 5 ways, you're going to have a lot of hard decisions. A lot of times you may end up in a position that you were going for and end up having to make a hard decision for your stack
See,
that you don't want to do.
I'm okay with that play because by doing that, you also get more feel of where you're at. Obviously, nobody else had a strong hand there, or they would have come over the top. If you get out with a strong bet there, you're either going to get called by a better hand, or raise and have to fold, and your hand is pretty much dead there. So,
From early position with 5 people in the pot, what are you really going to control with a $15 bet if somebody's strong?
well, this game is again, these dealers do not want to be shown up by other dealers, so most of them aren't just gonna call with a bad hand, so they're gonna raise or fold. So it would give both
Okay.
sides some information there.
Maybe you're right.
Again, this game of poker, there's no right or wrong answer. Sometimes there's many different ways to play a hand. So it looks like we have a front side straddle here.
Also, Jack does have the queen jack suited. I think he's playing every hand he has a jack in. I don't know why that is, but he's played every hand he's had a jack in his hand.
Again, if I had to be named after a card, I'd want to be called Ace.
You know, oh, ace?
Yeah. I'll play any ace I get. Unfortunately, Trey got the name Trey. But I doubt.
All right, Jack just
You're
got
right.
a lot stronger.
I doubt pocket trades is his favorite hand though.
Yeah, my dad would have named me the Joker.
So Scotty has 2 pair with his 6s and 4s, 10 kicker.
Scotty's been playing pretty aggressive when he hits anything. So
Jack has to continue
does
the
check.
aggression. Jerry leads out into 3 people with ace high. Backdoor flush draw on a paired board. I'm not sure
And-
about that.
and Jerry is really Jared, but
Right, right.
and he hasn't played any hands, so he's got position.
Jack makes the good call here with the flush draw.
But ace high is still good.
Yep.
If I'm Jack, I lead out here, but I think he's playing a little
I think-
tentative.
Oh, he did. Wow, how did that happen?
Jack takes it down with a $50 bet, gets
Ooh.
ace high out.
Man.
So that's the case where Jared put out a freezer bet on the flop and got someone to call him, so he just gave up on the turn.
Is that these guys having any kind of history, knowing that he can bet?
No, I mean, it's we've never really played against just each other. When we first opened up some of those dealers,
Oh,
Uh-oh,
misclick.
Dave.
Misclick.
when we first opened up some of those original dealers, we did play some tournaments together. But now we're so busy, we have so many employees, it's hard to get a regular dealer game going.
Right.
But they are a lot of fun because they do like to talk trash to each other.
Yeah, this is awesome watching these guys play. They get to take a little break. They're not working tonight.
I would have loved to have been hearing the commentary. Again, some of our longest tenured dealers aren't in this game. We don't have Jacob there. We don't have Gino there. We don't have Mateo there playing. So some of the more seasoned dealers aren't really in there.
All right. So Rounders Live next Thursday will be the 5-5 no limit hold'em game. Trey, you in that game?
I'm in that game.
In that game?
Looking forward to it. Missing everybody this week. Glad to be here with you guys.
All right.
Interested if we have a statistic for the dealer game for a tip to pot ratio. I would think that
Right.
the gratuities should. I'd be interested to see.
The gratuity's pretty
figures on
good
that.
right now. They've
Good,
been
good,
sharing
good.
their
I have a feeling everyone's going to be fighting for. To
they're
do this game
passing their
next time.
tip money around pretty good. We got you. We got you.
Hey, the IRS wants that stat.
So February 18th is the 5-5 no limit game, and then the 25th is the 5-10 game, which I see you're on the list as well. So the Poker Traveler and Big Daddy Chaz, they all travel on. Do you travel around to other cities and play?
Yeah, I mostly as business allows. I played at the Palms yesterday in a short afternoon session and got to see some friends there. I played at 52 Social and Prime the week before. I actually took Rory, Bubba Poker with me on that trip. I had some clients to meet up there, and we played a lot of poker at 52 Social. I don't do a lot of the streams yet on the other because I don't know. The scheduling is so backed up at some of those other places
Sure.
that have streams, and it just isn't conducive for my last minute planning. Sometimes.
Well, we're glad we're your home base.
Yeah, this
And
is
we-
my home. I love
We
Rounders.
get to see you.
They've treated me really well. They put up with a lot of nonsense from me. So, got an interesting pot here with top for Scotty.
Oh my
Karate
gosh,
in
Scotty's getting
position.
felted. Zach's got the set again against him.
Oh man,
I don't think
everybody got some.
I don't think Scotty has won a hand though that's played to the river so far today.
Zach. Oh man.
He's gonna raise right here for sure.
Oh, he could have. Oh, little does
What?
he know.
Wheels in the hand. Wheels calling with just a pair of sixes.
Standard.
If he catches the 10 on the turn,
Well, Will's calling because it's Scotty. Everyone wants to crack Scotty.
Will's gonna lead out here. Is he gonna try and represent something? No.
Yeah, I would have been surprised if he did.
Scotty's got to think Ace King is good, but he checks.
So he's got a shove here because he's got a stack of 128 in his $300 pot. So
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
not a bet that he has that isn't a shove. or
Oh,
top,
Will
top.
makes two pair.
Yeah, I was very surprised.
Oh my gosh, Will's definitely calling. There's no way Will gets away from this. Will did call his all-in bet. It looks like he said he went all in. I'm not sure if he did.
It said he just took down plus 171, so I'm not sure. They had
Oh, okay.
Zach had 489
Yeah,
behind.
Oh,
if
wow.
the stats are right, and Will had over 500.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I don't think that it got all.
I don't know
in
if Scotty
there.
got a read or not, but that was very surprising for him to check that turn again. And
Wow,
And the-
Scotty
and the-
folded ace king, and he had the
well,
worst
on,
hand.
on the river, it's a lot easier to fold that ace king, but the move that surprised me was checking that turn card. But he was right to check it. Did we lose a player here? Who got out here?
Is that Ethan?
Ethan.
All right, so let's see who's going to come in and fill that seat. We do have a waiting list for this game, so someone should be in that seat shortly. Oh, Ethan had to come into work, I believe.
He was suited up. Gonna have to change.
Big Mike got his big blind over there. Oh, was that another miss deal? Yeah. Dealer there, Little Dave's one of my favorite people. I've known him a long time. He bartended for many years.
So we've got two terrible National League baseball teams represented here, in the Dodgers fan and Taxi Will, and
And
Cubs
in the
with
box
Christopher
is
Ochoa. And
in the box is Little Dave, who's an Astros fan, unfortunately.
so we do have some good representation, but he has to be in uniform right now. It's unfortunate for baseball purists everywhere. Sit next to another National Leaguer.
This is my 1974 hoodie.
So when I traveled extensively for years in my previous firm, and I tried to see as many ballparks as I could, and Cincinnati Reds, beautiful ballpark, Great American Ballpark, and saw a walk-off by Brandon Phillips in the 10th inning, fire coming out of the center field, beautiful stadium,
All right,
beautiful experience.
We got Big Mike 3-betting here out of the straddle. We don't see his whole cards, but there was a raise, and he re-raised out of the straddle position. Jack had 8-6 and decided to fold.
Yeah, my grandparents are from Hamilton, Ohio, so we got to go see the Reds play when I was just a kid. Got to see the big red machine.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about,
Sabo,
didn't even know anything about that.
a 3-bet with the ace queen from Mike
so
under
got
the
to see
gun.
King Griffey Senior play.
Yep. Johnny Bench, Pete Rose.
See, I was a catcher. I love catchers.
Yeah,
Johnny Bench
yeah.
is a
Mhm.
he was one.
Thurman Munson.
Mike's got ace queen, and he's continuing aggression, betting 100 into the $232 pot. Ethan's coming back.
Yep,
in.
he ran to get his
Welcome
own
back,
chips
Ethan.
again.
Oh, maybe he got someone to work for him or get permission to stay and
This
play
is
longer.
real interesting. Chris calls with nothing, and Mike turns the queen. Unfortunately for Chris,
Well, Chris could have got a read that he didn't really have anything and wanted to see what came out on the turn. And again, Chris has been pretty quiet. I mean,
He went all in against Mike earlier, but he can't be making this move here.
I think he was just figuring he had position, was going to outplay Mike after the button.
The
Maybe
card
he
reader
is
could be
tough.
off. He might not
It could-
have.
that could
He
be
might
right.
not
It
have
could be
9
right.
deuce.
okay, you also got to remember though. I told you at the beginning, by Mike showing all this aggression early, he's going to get calls later on in the game, which was a strong play for him. The first 30 minutes, he was firing, and no one's folding to him now. And against dealers, that's probably the best way to play because they don't like to get bluffed out.
Chris is going to call. I believe the card reader must be off.
It has to be. Maybe he has a 3 or an ace with that deuce.
He could have clubs.
Man, he's gambling for sure. I hope it's not. Maybe it's the 9-2
Maybe
of
it's
clubs.
ace deuce of clubs.
Oh, and the flush does get there on the river.
It's going to slow Mike down.
Or maybe Chris is a way better player than we thought and was playing
Oh.
playing for a bluff card. Let's see if he shows it.
He went all in.
Yep. I wonder
Oh,
if Chris
wow.
just made a play.
My goodness.
If the cards were telling the truth, that was a strong play by Chris.
And he only had the one.
Man,
bet
I would love to see if those cards were correct, man. That is a heck of a play.
We'll be asking Ochoa about that one.
Yes, I hope he comes back here.
Wow, guy.
And you're doing that against such an aggressive player that
But see, that's just it, though. Right now with Mike, if you let him bet, he's going to bet. If you attack him, a lot of times he's backing down without the best hand because he's been beaten so many times already.
man, that
So
is
aggressive players. You have to attack. You can't call. You have to fold or raise to them. Too many players make the mistake of calling these loose action players, thinking, oh, they're just bluffing. Well, if they're bluffing, find out. You got to raise them or just get out of the way.
I don't know if I could make that play. I mean, I know I only have one something behind, but I know how aggressive Mike is that he might look me up with anything. I'm sure he didn't have 9 deuce. I mean, that's a given. But what did he have?
Just like in school, the bullies are bullies as long as you let them bully you. You fight back, they back off. Kids, I'm not encouraging you all to fight.
Jack in the Oasis shirt. I wonder how old Jack was when Oasis was at their peak. It's good to see Chris getting more aggressive. Now he raises to 20 with Jack Deuce of clubs. That's Bowtie's hand, by the way.
How many drinks has Chris had?
And he hits the deuce.
So,
I believe it's called the neck, too. The Jack Deuce is called the neck in poker.
knowing Chris, he may get, if he has been playing conservatively and he's been watching everybody, he may have everybody where he wants to have them and be ready to jump out there and start mixing it up. He does that quite a bit. Found another bet.
Yeah, he found a dirty stack, too.
If you ask Chris, he'll tell you he's the best player in town. He just gets unlucky.
He's showing it right now.
Is he going to show? Nope. Bet with the best hand.
I'm going to let Trey get out there and put him to the test.
Well, he's still, we have fun with tournaments. We'll put a little friendly competition around who lasts longer.
Sure.
And boy, he came along with 4s against my kings the other day and got it in good with the set against me and was ready to collect from me, and boom, river.
The king
comes
ball.
the king, and man, he went around and he told anybody that would listen for the next 2 hours.
So looking at chip stacks, Taxi Will's down under 500 now, just under 500. I expect him to start mixing it up again too. He likes to gamble. He likes to bluff. He was playing a little conservative because he had a lot of chips. He lost that one hand, and now he's back to like the middle of the pack. Expect him to start playing some more hands here.
Jack's got a lot of chips now with his 571.
Yeah, and see, +1 with the middle pair 7s. I'd like to see him come out and fire. Instead, he lets Scotty Karate come out and take aggression with a king 8 of diamonds.
And as I was saying, Will's calling 15 with a king 3.
And that's good. So he flops a set of 7s. Sky's going to put him on an ace something maybe. And if there's no ace or if there's a king out there, he's going to feel like he's good like he was with the ace-king earlier.
So
Kings are be very slight.
Okay, Jared flops middle pair. Jack.
Will's got the flush draw. He's betting for sure. 100%.
Jared's got a backdoor straight.
If it checks to Will bets. 100%. There you go, Will. Thanks for making me good.
Well, as I said, he's at that spot now where you can expect him to gamble again. He's going to lose all those. He's going to put all those chips into play in the next 20 to 30.
Yeah,
minutes.
he was up to 900. Now back down to his starting stack basically.
Not to say that I know these players, but I know some of these players.
The worst card he could in the last hand was we made 2 pair against a set.
Right, and that's.
He was never folding there.
It's going to be hard for Jack to keep coming out with the ace.
Oh, they go check. Will makes a 3. I wonder if he can bet his 3.
Whoever
He
leads
shows
out,
a 3, and the 7s are good.
I was say whoever leads out here wins that pot, but neither one of them let out. So.
Cubby Chris with that last hand really took him up quite a bit. So
Yeah.
he brings more aggression.
Table's
Now
a
they
little,
hit some
table's a little more balanced now. I didn't see the highest chip stack, but it looks like
I think it's Zach. Zach or
Yeah.
Chris. Yeah.
C3 looks like they have at least 1,000 in front of them.
Yeah, that's Chris.
Zach has about 800.
Now, Zach plays pretty solid. He plays pretty close to the vest. You don't expect him to lose many of those chips unless he gets caught
Yeah,
out.
he's not going to lose many chips when he's flopping tens full
Yeah, well, unless
and
he
getting a
gets,
guy bet into him with one pair, two pair.
but when you're playing in a dealer's game, that's what you do. You wait.
Jack's got a fun hand
They
here
will
with
bluff
6
off
8
their
of
chips.
diamonds, suited 1 gapper. I love them. Not so much out of under the gun, but in any case, I'll play that in position.
So Zach's in the hijack. Was that 2 behind the button? Is that what the hijack is?
Yeah,
2 under,
yeah.
2
it
behind the
goes
button.
Button, cut off, hijack, low jack, middle position.
I wasn't familiar with that expression, but I guess what it was pretty.
Well, you haven't been playing poker that long. That's the reason, man.
Yeah, I've only been playing for about 40 years.
All right, Mike picks up the flush draw, queen high.
Yeah.
On the button, in position, I expect him to be aggressive.
Yeah, there's no pairs out there, so
Everybody's checking so far. Jack with the 8 6 of diamonds has a backdoor straight draw.
Jerry's going to let his hand go.
I don't think Mike's going to get a caller here. I don't think anybody can. Taxi Will might with that backdoor, see if he improves. Nope.
All right, no.
Now Texas was also out of chips, so he's not going to put him in play just yet. But earlier in this game, he definitely would have called.
Yep, you're watching Rounders Live. We're at the Rounders Card Club, and we're playing the 1-2 dealer or employee appreciation night. You're watching Zach, Chris, Jack, Bowtie, Will, Nemesis, which is Ethan, Jerry, and Mike, and Scotty Karate all playing.
And Jared, for those of you who don't know, is really Jared.
Right.
Time for Scotty Karate to pick it up.
He did put out a memo that if anybody beats him in the hand, they will be getting the late shifts for a week. So Zach is definitely working the late
Well,
hours.
if that's the case, pretty much everyone's getting a late shift here next week.
Right? Everybody's out playing him, or
I think he lost a couple of big hands early, and he was playing aggressive, and now he's playing a little too timid. But it was really smart play for him not to bet that top pair when Zach made that set.
Taxi Will has middle pair, pocket sixes, and the hijack.
yeah, Nemesis
If no one has
Ace
bet,
king with a
for
raise, so
Ethan. I expect Ethan to be pretty aggressive here.
yeah, if no one has bet and Will's actions on Will, if he has any pair or any draw, he's going to lead out.
Well, he called. Ethan acted first.
right, he's wanting to fade any face cards right now. Oh, let's see what happens. Can Ethan check that or no? No.
No.
$30 bet.
See,
I'd
Ethan,
probably do a small 40% pot.
well, Ethan probably,
Yeah, that's 90 right there, right?
yeah, Ethan probably is playing a little scared as well too because he's had some bad luck in this game. If
That's
if
30.
he checks, Will would have bet.
He shows the ace too.
Yeah. I'm surprised that Will didn't come along for a turn there.
No, I guarantee you, Ethan checks here, Will leads out.
Yeah, absolutely. If he checks because he's saying, "Oh, the ace, Will could have an ace," you know, trying to represent. I don't have the ace. Oh, Will definitely bets there with the sixes,
That's
just to see where he's at.
That's just a matter of Zach Ethan being down so far, so he had to rebuy. So he's playing a little bit more conservative,
Yeah, he got all in on his first hand.
not taking any
Lost.
chances.
Oh, there is a straddle, $4 straddle.
Straddle.
No, I'm surprised there's not a mandatory straddle in this game. I would be pushing that if I was in this game.
Now the chips are moving around the table.
Not as much as I expected, though.
Ethan leads out from early position with queen jack off.
I don't see Will's cards, but oh, he folds.
Yeah, they folded around so far. He might not get no action.
Oh,
Oh,
look at
Scotty's
Scotty.
gonna jam with
Big
ace
slick.
king.
Yep, that's the good.
Ethan folds.
Ethan still has his card. I saw Chris.
Oh,
He
Ethan
did
called.
call.
Yeah, Ethan still has his cards.
He's gambling.
but
Ethan is stuck. He's going to gamble there.
He does show the Queen Jack offsuit.
He's also the last person to act. Scotty's been sitting on his 100 for a while.
And I guarantee
he
you,
might give an extra.
he doesn't feel as bad about his hand now. He's more alive than he probably expected to be. Not anymore.
He has to go runner straight, but the king kills him, so he can't win.
Diamonds,
And he's
drawing
dead.
Yeah.
Did they jack? Did they run it twice?
No.
I was going to say they are running it twice.
Oh, wow. 5. Oh, wow. Well, that means the
They're both playing scared.
He doesn't have many aces left. So.
right. So 2 aces hurt him, right? Now they could chop with a straight on the board or a queen or a jack. Ooh, a 9 ball,
That's
queen or
it.
jack. The jack on the river, so they're going to chop it.
Chop it up.
That's pretty good. Both players have rebought, so you don't want to get stuck more.
Yeah, see, if the owners are listening to me, they won't like this comment, but I'm not a fan of running it twice. I'd run it 3 times, I'd run it once.
Well, Manny, thanks for joining us tonight. We'll
I think every hand should have a winner and a loser. It's no fun to chop the pots.
Okay, let me ask you this. Since I don't do it, when you're going to run it twice, do you show your ace king against your queen jack and then say, hey, do you want to run it twice? Or do you say, do you want to run it twice before you expose the cards?
You don't expose your cards.
You don't expose your
Like,
hand.
The way it's done here is you have to agree to it, and then you expose your cards. Basically, if I'm an underdog, I want to run it. I just want to run it once. I mean, if you're going to get lucky, you're going to get lucky. If you're the favorite, that's when it benefits you to run it multiple times because it's a little bit of insurance for you. But then again, you're giving them 2 chances to catch you.
If Ethan raised and Scotty jams on with ace king and Ethan calls, and you're Scotty, are you thinking you want to run it twice because he has a pair? Are you thinking that he's not calling my $100 overbet with no pair?
With ace king, I'm expecting to win at least one of them.
Yeah, but let's say you don't. Let's say before you decided to run it twice.
Situation specific against Ethan, I think that very often ace king is actually ahead. Maybe he has an under pair to the king, but a lot of times he has exactly what he has.
Yeah, if I'm ace king, I'm never afraid to run it twice because only aces or kings have you dominated. Everything else, you're bound to win it. The law of averages say you're going to win one hand. I mean, where they have a pocket pair, but they have something like ace queen, ace jack, ace 10.
Right here we got
Yeah,
Mike.
dominated.
Mike has an open end straight draw, and of
Ethan,
course
Ethan has the nut
flush draw.
So this is gonna be a fireworks hand, I think.
A bet and a call.
Well, here's a good example of contracting playing styles. Mike's playing very aggressive. Ethan's playing a little conservative. So something's got to give this hand and see what happens.
Gotta bet the flush draw there.
Oh, he bets and snap folds. Ace 6 was good the whole time.
So if Mike doesn't reload soon, you'll probably see him playing pretty conservative the rest of the way because he's a lot lower on chips than he was at the beginning. Oh, there he goes. He's actually getting up.
He's going to take a break.
Well, guys, this has been a really lot of fun. I want to let you know, JT, I'm super appreciative for the production team. I've had a lot of fun participating and being a part. I hope to continue to time allow to me to be able to participate. I really have a lot of fun with what y'all do, and thank you for having me here tonight.
And we appreciate you stopping by. We love watching you play. Your game is above par.
Oh, I don't know about that.
It is. It is.
We've seen it go both ways, haven't we?
You're right, but to be able to go both ways, you have a strong game. We appreciate you playing.
Keep working at it every day.
All right, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you so much.
Whether that's true or not about his play, he is one of our best customers. He's here almost every day. Good ambassador for Rounders. We appreciate your business, Trey.
So Bowtie's in the hand with ace 3 offsuit. I guess he's going to fold these away from the table, maybe. Well, we got queen deuce, 5 deuce, and 9-8. Nope, Jack's going to let his hand go.
We need to get a waitress over that table. Get them more livened up over there.
All that money you got, you could send them around and get this game going live. There's a seat open. I wonder who's going to fill that seat. What employees lining up for this seat?
Should be expecting Robert just about any minute now, I believe. He was talking about trash on the group chat today.
March 4th and 5th, Rounders Card Club presents the $100,000 guaranteed marathon freeze-out. 50,000 in chips. Blinds are 40 minutes on day one. $500 total buy-in. There are 5 flights. And day 2 is Sunday, March 7th at noon. That's a $100,000 guarantee. That's a big tournament.
And we're expecting a really good turnout for that.
Looks like action moves around to Jared. He's going to raise it up with Jack 7 of spades. Jack and Scotty are going to call. Ethan's in the hand. Ethan wakes up with 10-8 of clubs. I really like that hand. It's very playable.
Well, I like when a lot of people see the flop. We get more action.
Yeah, we're going to the flop 5 ways. Queen with 2 spades, and Jared actually flops the Jack high flush draw.
He's been pretty quiet. He can lead out here and represent a real strong hand.
Yeah, Jack has a pair of 4s. He's probably not going to continue.
Well, in a multi-way pot, it's not.
Whoa, my goodness.
Yeah. In a multi-way pot, it's not bad to call there. Being in early position.
Well, I'm sorry I can't see Scott's card, Scotty Karate, but he goes all in for roughly $95.
Well, I expect Jared to call here.
Yeah, he's got the flush draws.
He's got more than half the bet in there already. I mean, it's $45.
Yeah.
He's getting the right price.
Jack called as well.
Well, Jack was pot committed at that point. He doesn't like his hand, but
The card reader could be off as well, but
then again, I mean, he has to call, what I think 25 more for he's gonna 4.5 to 1 on his money.
Jared gets there with the Jack, so the side pot. He's ahead on the side pot, and the river's a queen of spades. Jared does make the flush. He's going to bet it.
So it would have been more profitable move there for Jared to bet that turn card. Although I don't think Jack calls anymore.
Jack has the king 9 of spades.
Oh, the card reader was wrong.
And Scotty has pocket 4s making a full house. 4s full of queens. So the card reader was off. So Jack does win the side pot with king high flush. And Scotty takes down the main pot with 4s full. He flops a set of 4s. River's the full house.
We're going to have a grumpy Jared now.
Scotty takes down a nice sized pot.
All right, so Jack got himself a little bit of a pot, so he might be a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah, Jack won a $157 side pot bet through Jared making the Jack high flush and him having the king high flush. I figured the card reader was off just a little bit, but
Yeah, so Jack was having a rough session, but he's probably evened out now. He's probably feeling a little bit better now.
Sam gets at you, Manny. He heard you telling Trey thank you for your business. He wants to know, do you appreciate my business?
I appreciate every customer
Sam, he
comes in
sure
here.
does, man. Come on.
Even the players that don't like me, I still appreciate their business.
Right?
If it wasn't for the people that come in here, we wouldn't all have jobs. Which Sam was that, by the way?
Sam Sibberman.
Sam Silverman, one of my favorite players.
Jackson raises with the Jack 10. He plays every Jack. I swear he plays every Jack in his hand. Jack 10 of diamonds. Chris raises it up with the ace queen of diamonds. If there comes out diamonds, this could get very ugly. He raised a 15, 3-bet to 65 for $50 more. I'm sure he's going to, oh my goodness. Will has ace king.
Now let's see what happens if the flop comes all little black cards.
Oh my goodness.
Jack just got back to even. That's Jack 10. Jack 10 suited is a lot of players' favorite hands. I think it's a little overplayed sometimes, but a lot of players like that hand. For those of you who don't know, if you have Jack 10 in your hand and you use both cards to make a straight, it's always going to be the nut straight.
Wow, ace queen outflops ace king.
I expect them to get it all in here. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
It may not get all in on the flop, but it's going to get all in.
Will needs a king or a jack, and Chris needs the board to stay the way it is.
If Chris fires, Will's raising. They'll get it all in right here.
Is he going to put him on a flush draw? Oh, he just calls? Will's going to check in the dark.
Oh, wow.
A safe 7 comes off.
Okay, now I expect to get it all in.
There it is. He's all in.
Yeah.
Will does make the call, throwing in one chip.
As expected. I said, man, I got all in on the flop. But
5 of
everything on there-
spades doesn't help at all. Man, ace queen outflops ace king, and Chris takes down the pot, an all-in pot against Will.
Yeah, Will's not afraid to put him in there. I said early in the game, he had all those chips. He'd slow down a little bit. Once he got down to a little bit lower, I expected him to get them all in there, and sure enough, they all got
It's
in.
hard to fold ace king, especially when you flop an ace on the
Right.
board, right?
And Chris was in the perfect spot there. So with that being said, Chris having all these chips, I expect him to hold steady to those chips. He will start playing a little bit. He'll probably play a little bit more aggressive now, and we'll have to show down very few hands. He's definitely in the driver's seat now. One of our better dealers, one of our better players.
Looks like Will's going to reload for a little bit. Looks like a good 200, maybe. And we got another player coming to the board right there. Who is that, Manny? One of our female players?
Will doing a no-no. asking
Seat
for
8,
red. He could ask
7,
any one of these
seat 7.
players. Well, seat 7. Where is she?
Lexi? Is Lexi a dealer or she one of the...
One of our waitresses.
Oh, a waitress. Awesome.
I can't see her, but I can't imagine. Well, no, she might be a dealer. Let me see. I can't see her, so I'm not sure who it is, but I think it's one of our servers.
I'd have to see her. I don't. But welcome to the game. Mike switched seats. So Big Mike switched seats. Zach took off. He booked a nice little win. He took off. Mike's going to take his seat, and then Lexi's going to come into seat 7. Good luck to you. And she comes right into the big blind.
Yeah, if Mike just switched right now, he should not be getting a hand, but we're going to give him one anyway. And it looks like Jared's getting up as well.
Bowtie's going to get rid of that 9-4. Wow, Jack is mixing it up. He's going to limp in with Queen 5.
He has chips now.
Maybe the card reader could be off.
Well, that
He did have King 9 of spades on the last hand. We thought I had King 4. So he is just limping in for $2. The blinds are $1, $2. Everybody on the stream tonight is an employee of Rounders Card Club. Most of them are dealers. Ethan, how you doing, Ethan? Ethan is joining us in the booth.
Oh, that is one of our servers. That was actually one of our servers. I've never seen her play before, so I've
How's
no
everybody
idea
doing tonight?
what she plays like.
Ethan's at the table and in the booth. He's very, what do they call it, multitasking.
Yeah, multifaceted.
And he's dressed for both parts.
Exactly.
So how you felt like playing tonight went?
I was on a bit of a downswing there in the beginning. The Jacks versus Queens was just, I mean,
It
short
is what it
stack,
is,
nothing I can
right?
Get away from that.
Right.
Other than that, I think since I came back in, I've been doing all right. The table's been pretty good action. We've been getting good pre-flop. We've been getting good action the whole way. Nothing too crazy happening. Oh, this is a hand where, I played this terribly.
Yeah, for those who don't know, the game itself is actually on a tape delay. We're streaming it live. We as the commentators have not seen any of these hands.
We're 30 minutes behind,
Yeah,
so it's fine.
So Ethan,
It's fine, Ethan.
Ethan
Yeah.
does know about this hand because he was in it.
Yeah, I flopped a pair, and I let it limp, and I put her on the king, too, because she bet when the king came out. Thought maybe a small value bet there could push her off, but it was good. It was good information regardless.
And look at that. She comes in and wins her first hand.
Exactly.
Yeah, way to go, Lexi.
Doubles or triples up right off the bat. It was a great hand. She played it well.
Yeah,
I misplayed that. I should have bet on the flop just to see where I was at, and I didn't.
Yeah, I haven't seen her play, but a lot of female players tend to call too much because they don't want to get bluffed, but they also tend not to bluff very much. And when they bet out, they generally have something.
Yeah, they tend to, honestly, I mean, she's playing well. I haven't seen her make any misclicks yet. She's doing a really good job. Like I said, I really haven't seen anybody do anything terrible
I can
tonight.
tell you one thing about the female players that they have a tendency to do all the time, and that's beat me. I don't care if it's man, woman, they beat that. I can't
And
play poker.
that's on or off the table, right?
There you go.
No, whoa.
There
This
you
is
go.
poker.
If it ain't rough, it ain't fun. What? Anyways, yeah, I figured I'd come back and throw a little commentary in here for you guys. Take a quick break.
Appreciate you joining us.
So
Yeah.
how upset was Jared when he lost that all in?
Oh, poor Jared.
He thought he got there.
He did, and unfortunately, that I mean, you don't put somebody else on the same draw you have there, and none of them realized that Scotty was so far ahead there.
Yeah, he flopped a set of fours, and they both missed a turn, and then they
That
both
river-
make the river
The
flush.
river was the worst thing. The river was the worst thing for Jared, and not great for Jack. At least he got the side pot, but Scotty was killing it the whole way.
Yeah, it was almost $200 side pot, so I mean, it's good for Jack. He got back what he put in.
Exactly.
And Jack was probably tilting a little earlier, and that leveled him out a little bit now.
And Will flops the nut flush draw.
With the strong hand right now.
Now,
being ahead
now
with the
these two
bigger
guys have
ace.
been going at it. They've been going at it the whole time, and if an ace comes here, I expect them to get it all in. But
Even without the ace there.
Yeah, Will.
Unfortunately, Will was short stacked there with only
Yeah.
$20. So I think no matter what happened on that turn, it could have been an ace, it could have been a queen, it could have been anything, and he was shipping it there.
He has to.
Exactly.
Mike's a little frustrated now.
Man, Chris
unfortunately, there's been
Osha looks like he's up over $1,000, $1,300.
He's doing really good. I don't know if they saw the first hand on here, the PLO bomb pot,
Yeah, we saw it.
where him and I get it in, and it's just like that's a great start for him. I haven't seen him really lose any big hands. There's one coming up in a little bit. I'm not going to give it away, but him and I get it in together, and
He had a really big bomb pot hand. He had a set with a
Yeah,
king
that-
eye
that-
flush
that was-
or 10 eye flush draw. What did you end up having?
I had the open-ended straight with and over to the set, and that's exactly what I thought he had when he pot on the flop. On that flop specifically, there was no flush draw out there. I have the nut straight draw, so I figure worst case scenario, I'm chopping with him if he has the straight draw as well.
Right.
Most likely he has a set there, so even if my 8 hits, I'm probably good. Unfortunately, I just go brick, and there's nothing much you can do about that.
And y'all ran it twice or no?
We ran the river twice, I
River
believe,
twice.
or maybe the turn and the river. But
Yeah, I don't want to make Chris's head any bigger, but so far I think he's had the best play on the table. So
Well, I
far.
mean, he did outflop ace king with ace queen and get all the chips off the table. So
Yep.
he got Will for.
Unless we read the cards wrong, he made a really strong bluff at Mike earlier in that big pot that nobody saw. that
Yeah.
nobody
see,
knows
we're
about.
not sure about that. He swears up and down he had 7 deuce of clubs, and we think it may have been a misread because he even said it when the hand happened.
Well, our screen
half
showed
hour
9
ago.
deuce, but
Yeah.
only
But it was
one of them
offsuit.
Yeah, only one.
It was non-suited.
But
We're
but
not sure if that was a misclick with the system or if he really did just pull an
But
amazing
seven,
bluff there.
seven deuce makes sense. I mean, he still was gambling on a paired board, drawing to clubs, and he was against trips. He was drawing pretty slim.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I haven't seen any really terrible play. Everybody's been playing pretty solid. Most of the times when we're getting all ends beat, it's because somebody's hitting the river or somebody's just got, a bigger hand. It's been really good play overall.
Yeah, we think so.
So,
Look, 5-6 with a pair of fives over Chris's pair of sixes.
yeah, and this is. I mean, in Scotty's position, you got to be feeling, okay there. There wasn't a lot of action on the flop, and he's got a pair. He might be thinking he has an over. He's like, if there's no queen, he's probably good. And plus, he's got the open and straight draw as well. So an 8 or a 3 comes. It's a really strong hand there.
Wow.
And then the
The
river
3.
hits, saves him because he's behind and doesn't even know it. But that was
Well, the
just,
flush got there, but Chris has the same straight.
Yep. And so what's going to happen here is where Chris goes all
Chris
in
went
and
all
puts
in.
maximum
Wow.
pressure on Scotty. You know, he sees the straight out there, he sees the flush out there, and he knows that the 6 is he's got the straight.
And again, it's a strong move by Chris. He's been
Yeah.
playing solid this whole day.
He knows that the best case scenario, the best thing he can do here is put maximum pressure because if he has the same straight and they're chopping, other than that,
There's
he
no
could be
snap
behind.
call, so he doesn't have a flush.
Exactly. That was the best possible move Chris could have made, applying maximum pressure there. So
And I don't know what he's putting Scotty on here, but Scotty has 2 pair or set.
So what I was saying,
He would've
Ethan,
made it
earlier
down already.
tonight is that Scotty must have told you guys, if you guys beat him in the hand, you guys are getting like the midnight, 2 o'clock shifts. So Chris doesn't care right now.
Well, something tells me if Scotty loses his hand, he's not going to want to come back here and take my place in the booth. So
there you go.
I might be here for the rest of the way.
So I mean, honestly, I personally I don't like felting my boss.
Right? Or
That's just a personal thing.
But it's not a bluff. Chris actually thinks Scotty doesn't have it.
Or what
He's
or
laughing.
what he's worried about here is that he could have flopped a set, he could have flopped. a
He
bigger
called.
thing, and-
Scotty makes the call.
Yeah. It's the best possible case there is put the maximum pressure, try and induce the fold there to make sure that you're getting
Right.
that you can take it down. It was the best move that Ochoa could have made, and it just
Yeah, Chris has been playing solid tonight.
yeah.
That's a great hand to watch. That's
Y'all need
fun.
a few more shots out there because
Oh, yeah.
he's playing good.
Well, gents, I'm gonna go back in there. I took a quick break to come in and say hey to all y'all. You guys have a good time and come on down to Rounders and play a few hands yourself.
Thanks,
Have a good one,
Ethan. Thanks for joining us.
Nice talking to you. So it looks like Dave's getting the all the dealing time there. It's gonna be a good little job for him tonight.
Yeah, he deals a lot for the streams. He lets it get in there and wants to be on camera.
But he's got a face for radio.
That's a great call by Scotty. That's
Well, I mean, he didn't have
that's
a
a
choice.
tough position.
He didn't have a choice there. I mean, he called for. I mean, the only reason it was in that hand was for that card, and once the flush gets there, I mean, he had too many of his chips in there already.
So the action's been very solid tonight. What do you think, Manny?
It's better. It's tighter play than I imagined, and part of that might be because they're actually on TV. and this stuff will be revealed at a later time.
Are they trying to show their best game, or are they just trying to make some chips off their buddies?
I think most of them are trying to show their best game. I mean, they want to beat their buddies, but I guarantee you none of them want to be caught bluffing, and none of them want to be caught calling with a bad hand. We haven't seen too many bad hands get shown on the river. I mean, if people are bluffing, they're getting away with it, or they're bluffing early in the hands.
Looks like Jack's going to come out raising with the 9-8 of clubs. I love hands like that connected suited clubs. And the 10-7 and the 10-3 is coming at him.
See, me myself, I think those suited connectors are overplayed and no limit. I think they're better suited, no pun intended, for limit games. In limit games, those suited connectors can win you a lot of pots. Poker just recently became mainly no limit. 10 years ago or so, there was just as many 3-6 limit games, 5-10 limit games, 10-20 limit games as there were no limit games.
Right.
Especially in casinos.
My first tournament I played in Vegas for the World Series of Poker, I stumbled on after winning some money on the craps table, and it was a $3,000 buy-in, and it was a limit hold'em tournament. I was like, what?
If you're expecting no limit, you get limit. It's quite a change of pace.
It is. It was tough. I played with Johnny Chan and Barry Greenstein on my very first tournament, my very first table. It was very difficult.
I actually feel that limit poker gives more of an advantage to the mathematical player than no limit does.
Yeah, that was fun. I'm lucky I won a lot of chips on that craps table because I didn't know. They basically said the only tournament going on right now is this tournament. I said, okay, forget it. I'll just get in it. I just wanted to play a tournament.
And to this day, a lot of people, they hear limit, they still don't really know what it is. People know what pot limit is, but they don't really know what fixed limit poker is.
All right. But Johnny Chan, thank you for knocking me out of that tournament, but I will get you back eventually.
Back to action here, we still have several people in the hand. Looks like 5 are going to the flop.
5 is the average at this table.
Well, it's because they're getting more timid. They're not raising as big pre-flops, so more people are coming into the flops.
Bowtie with the ace-jack flops top pair.
And again, the more people that see the flops, the more action you're going to get after the flop.
Lexia has joined our table a few minutes ago. She's in seat 7.
I didn't catch what her buy-in was, but I'm curious to see what that was.
Bowtie's going to come out raising pretty high with a top pair, top kicker, trying to get the flush draws to fold, but they would never fold here.
Yeah,
So he's making them pay the max value for their flush draw.
Yeah, that's a pretty big bet, and it's very contradictory that feeler bet he let out in the previous hand that he won, and it was kind of a tell for the other players.
And he shows. How you like showing your hand that you had the best hand?
Again, it's one of those things. If I'm playing against customers, I kind of want to show my hand so that they don't think I'm bluffing them, so I don't lose money in the future. But if I'm playing in Vegas, or I'm playing with people I don't know,
You never show.
show them as little as possible. Keep them guessing. The only time I would change that is if you keep getting good hands and you're not getting any action. You do want to show them a bluff at that point, so you might get some more callers. But otherwise, you never show them a hand.
Okay.
Again, you never want to talk in a hand either. I mean, talking gives away a lot of information, whether you know it or not. Sometimes when you're talking, people can determine whether you have a good hand or not. I'm not even a fan of shuffling chips myself. I think, everything you do when you're in a hand, I think, can give away some information.
So I'm going to tell you my secret right now. Whenever I shuffle chips, I have pocket aces. So if you see me shuffling, you know what I got.
Hey, well, every day I'm shuffling.
Nine 3-3 flop, and Will with the Queen 9 has the best hand. Scotty's leading out $6 into a $10 pot.
Now Will's playing a little scared.
And Chris Ocho just has 3 threes. He's running good.
I'm curious to see what Will does here. He does call.
That's the big blind special, as everybody knows. The heart, 2 of hearts on the turn doesn't.
Okay, I expect Will to do something here. He's gonna. Sure enough, he leads out.
Wow, Will's just calling Chris's bet. He's not putting Chris on the 3.
See, if I'm Will there, I raise or fold that hand. I can't just call.
And Will shows just a 9, and Chris shows 3-8, 3-10, 3-10.
Yeah, see, I think Chris was trying to get Will to bet there.
Well, he was going to call and he bet just because there's a flush got there. But
generally, Will play a little bit more aggressive. So even on a flush draw, Will might raise somewhere to see where he's at.
yeah, that was a good hand. Chris had 3 threes. He really can't bet there when a flush got there, but we know Will didn't have a 3 or would have had a 3 in that position.
Well, I think Chris really. I think he still knew he had the best hand there, and it wouldn't be unlike him to lead out there.
Yeah, he could have put a bluff out there, but he's just that short stacked. He really can't make a move.
don't see Will's cards here. Sorry, I got distracted by our servers over here. Missed that last hand, but we have another hand coming up. I was expecting a lot more action. We'll see what happens coming up. All right, back to action here.
Wow. Chris is running so good. Just a pair of pocket aces. Into Scotty's raise with Queen Jack. Did he just call here?
Well,
No, 55.
Right now in this game, the way Chris is running, he's probably going to get action no matter what he does, so he doesn't have to get too tricky. You know, other moments he can get tricky, but right now, I mean, they're thinking he can't have a hand every time, so you know he's going to get some action. And that's actually not that bad of a flop for Scotty. Chris checks back the set, which could hurt him here.
Yeah, if he catches a king.
Let's see if Scotty bluffs it. Sure enough, Scotty's going to fire it. Let's see if
Chris is going nowhere.
Well, yeah, but is he going to just smooth call this, or he's going to raise? I mean, it's obvious that the turn card really didn't help anybody.
Yes, it's taken care of. The aces.
Wow, he just flats. He has no idea what Scotty has here, but he won't get any more money from Scotty unless.
Oh
he
my
comes.
gosh.
And now that's going to be an unfortunate card for Chris. I expect Chris to just flat call here. I'd be surprised if he raises. Yep, and he did just flat call.
And Scotty shows the nuts. So Chris,
Wait, did Chris fold or did he call that?
he called. He
He did
just didn't
call,
put no chips out. Yeah.
That was the right play there. I think Chris played that hand perfectly. He was playing for a big plot, and
For everybody out there watching the Rounders Live at the Rounders Card Club, the Chris Ocho is human.
well, a lot of
He doesn't win every single hand, just 90% of them.
but he minimized his losses there while potentially maximizing a win there. By just calling on that turn, he could have made more money on the river. And once the scare card came on that river, you know, he just flat called and didn't lose any more than another player might have. Actually, most players, I'd say 9 out of 10 players are going to raise on that.
I
turn.
think if we're watching that correctly, I think the flush scared him more than the straight probably.
Either way, both cards came out, but either way it was a scare card, and he knew better than to get fancy with it. So he still made a good play. I think he's still playing, out of all the players on the table, I think he's playing the most solid so far tonight. Bowtie's not far behind. He's been playing pretty solid as well.
Yeah, he's been doing well. He's been running up some chips.
Yeah, of course we've seen Chris and a few more pots than we've seen Bowtie. I wonder what Lexi's thinking right now. I wonder if she's intimidated.
I don't think so. She won the first hand. I mean, she's got to be feeling really good about her game.
She's live on the stream against people she probably considers good players, but we all know better than that.
She does limp in with the 5-4 suited, one of my favorite hands. This can't be correct.
And that is why.
Are you kidding me?
And that's why you're in the booth with me.
Chris has pocket aces back-to-back hands?
And the beauty of that is no one's going to put him on that hand.
And Scotty looks him up along with Ethan, the nemesis.
Now, what I was saying from the hand previous, this is where that last hand will play to Chris's advantage. He didn't lose as much, and he can get them all back on this hand if the board comes out properly.
Oh my gosh, he flops a full house and Scotty flops the flush draw.
And that's a great flop.
And
for Chris.
Ethan flops the ace-3. Chris is just going to call. What a great play.
Well, I mean, there's really not. I mean, that's kind of a no-brainer there. You can't really.
Yeah, you can't raise. People are betting into you.
Although on the flip side, if you do raise, and they're going to put you on aces full.
Ethan's going to fire out with his ace-3. And Scotty's going to stay with the flush draw. Neither one knows that the
Chris
ace.
Chris can get maximum value here if he does raise, I believe. If he does raise here, he will get some more value out of it. But he just calls.
I believe Ethan's putting them both on a flush draw, not a 7.
See, because now Chris won't make any money if a
Club, right?
He won't make any money if a club doesn't come out.
Oh, man, the 4 got there. No straights, no. But Scotty does make 2 pair.
Yeah, so I don't think.
And Chris checked it for a 3rd time, letting Ethan bet. Why would Chris just call there? Oh, Chris doesn't have aces. He has kings. Why did it show aces? That's crazy. Misread. Wow, they got me on that one. I was like, holy cow, Chris has got a monster hand again.
So my commentary was moot on that hand.
So Scotty did have outs. Wow. All right, card reader, we need you back to working good because that threw me for a loop. But it did, he played it like he had aces, though. Just smooth calling with the nut.
No. If he played it like he had aces, he might have won that. if he raises there.
Wow, what a. All right, card reader.
Sometimes when you read your hand wrong and you think you have something else, you actually win the hand because people think you have something else.
Oh, my goodness. Wow, that's crazy. All right, let's get back to this. Sorry about that, everybody. Boy, that card reader, I saw you guys saw aces. I saw aces. I was like, man, back to back. How does that happen?
And that is something that, if Chris has a weakness in his game, he can go on tilt. And that's something that might put him a little bit on tilt, but he played it right, so hopefully it doesn't put him on tilt.
When you have pocket kings, though, ace always comes out, right?
That's what they say. They're ace magnets. I'll still take kings anytime. If you give me a choice, I have kings every single hand. Mike's about out of chips. He's deciding if he wants to go all in here or not.
He doesn't have a hand. He's just doing a little tracking for us right now. He's helping out. Lexi with the king queen's going to 3-bet.
That's kind of surprising.
She's playing strong.
Yeah, she might be a more experienced player than I'm giving her credit for.
Do you know her?
I don't know her very well, as far as definitely not her poker play.
Well, she's the bomb right now.
I know she has played here a few times, but generally it's late at night after she gets out of work. So
Wow.
I haven't dealt to her yet at any of the tables.
The flush gets there, but she has a bigger flush draw if she gets a.
And Will has a straight draw.
Oh, she
the
gets
flush
there.
got there.
She gets there.
Now, if the card readers are right, which we hope they are, she has the best hand possible.
Well, yeah, it shows Nemesis has a hand, but he doesn't have any cards in front of him, so it's just heads up right now.
So she has the best hand possible. I mean, she has the best hand out of anyone that's there.
Yeah.
So it's going to be hard to judge her play if we don't get someone else with a big hand. Sometimes she has a big hand.
So maybe the tracking's a little off right now, but she gets there with a 4-card flush. Lexi's moving up the chip count board. It's doing quite well tonight.
So these cards we use for this game, they're special cards. Do you know about what brand they are or anything?
No, I don't know the brands, but all the cards have a chip right in between. It's actually a double papered card, so they can be butterflied. It's like someone's damaged them. They are butterfly with a chip in between them, and they write over the club sensor on the table, and they're supposed to read. But if a card passes over another player's sensor going to your sensor, it does cause a misread.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. Like, exactly how do we get those misreads? How did we see aces when he had kings? It could have been that he didn't pick them up from the last hand, or
Correct.
Dealing them
Correct.
And they didn't pick up his new hand.
Because I didn't pay attention, but it could have been the exact two aces he had to hand prior to that.
Right,
So I didn't see that.
And the card reader, he kept them a little longer than usual, and they might have still stayed in the card readers.
Could you see Chris's stack? He has a club on each side of his chip stack, so I'm not sure if he went to the wrong reader and it just didn't register his next hand. So we got a 5-2-6 flop. Scotty has top pair with a queen kicker. He's going to lead out for $50.
I think Scotty's finally relaxing now, getting a little more comfortable. Bowtie is a nice hand, but he lets go of it. The flop wasn't as good to him. The stacks look like they're pretty even now, other than Chris with a big stack.
Yep. Saturday, February 20th, Rounders Card Club is having a $25,000 guaranteed triple stack, 30-minute levels, $250 buy-in, 3 hours and 25-minute late registration, so you got plenty of time to get here and play. $30,000 in chips, $220 rebuys when you bust completely, and a $100 add-on for 20,000 chips. So the top 12% of the day ones will go on. Oh no, that is a day one. So you get 20,000. Excuse me. You get 30,000 in chips, a $220 rebuy if you bust, 30,000 chips, and a $100 add-on for 20,000 chips, and 12% will cash. So we do have $20 rebuy satellites going on, so you can join those. 4 seats guaranteed. Saturday at 11 a.m. So that's a nice size tournament. $25,000 guarantee. The following weekend, February 27th, we have a $10,000 guaranteed Big O Championship. I'm sure if I play it, I'll win it. Big O. $300 buy-in, so I'm only $275 away from getting to the tournament. 20,000 in chips. Anybody out there listening? $275 behind. So the Big O tournament's $10,000 guarantee. It's the Big O Championship, February 27th at 12 o'clock on Saturday.
JT, I'm sure the phones will be ringing off the hook giving you that $275.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we have four people in this hand still going to the turn.
King Jack has outflopped everybody, but Lexi does have a pair of eights. And she does have the flush draw, the 10-eye flush draw, so if the flush gets there of diamonds. So Mike wins with 2 pairs. He's going to lead out with $53.
I'm surprised everyone's playing so timid now. I'd expect it to be opposite.
It folds, and Mike does show and takes down the pot. Well, if you want to play on the Rounders live stream, you can call 210-361-DEAL, 210-361-3325.
For those of you who aren't aware, you can also sign up through Poker Atlas. It is an app. You can sign up for our cash games through Poker Atlas.
Yep, register, save your seat, walk in. When you get close to the front door or in the parking lot, you can hit the arrive button. Also, if you're watching us on YouTube tonight, please click the like and subscribe buttons for us. We greatly appreciate it. We appreciate everybody out there chatting with us, Sam and Robert.
And if y'all want to needle me, I have no problems with that.
Sam says I'll be a dealer someday. Sam, come on.
He's already an assistant dealer. He needs a promotion.
He did say assistant, yeah. Lexi wakes up with ace-9 offsuit. Scotty's going to play the 7-5 offsuit.
You act like that's a monster or something.
Ace-jack. Lexi looks like she flops the best hand. We don't know what Bowtie has, but
Yeah, it actually works good for her in this hand, but a lot of people make a mistake of overplaying any ace.
wow. For a $9 pot, it makes it $25. She takes down the pot.
See, and she's used to playing out there with our normal players, and overbets get called all the time here at Rounders. You can bet almost any amount, and you're going to get a caller.
Someone catches a piece of that board and they're not letting go.
That's pretty much how it runs here. As a dealer, I've never seen so people can raise in a 1-2 game. They can raise $40 pre-flop, and 3 people will call. It's kind of nuts sometimes.
Don't forget, we are running our $25,000 guaranteed accumulator. We have day 1E going on right now. It was a 7 p.m. start. I'm sure the late registration's about over. The day 2 will be Sunday, the 14th. So we do have a few
For
more.
those of you without Valentine's, you can come play on that.
Yep.
For those who do have Valentine's, you can win them some money and buy them a nice gift.
Bring your date.
Now, I don't recommend that so much, but
Let her enjoy the Rail Bar and Grill while you're out there playing, winning her any prize she might win.
if you bring your date and you don't win, you might be looking at a different Valentine next year.
Don't forget the accumulators. You can bag as many times as you can in all the day ones. You take your top 2 bags to Sunday, the 14th, and then you play the rest of the field for the day 2 championship. $25,000 guaranteed. That's going on right now. Ace-4 of clubs for Scotty. Likes to play with the suited ace-4 for $14. Chris says he's going to raise a 90 with king-5, but I'm guessing the card reader's off a little bit. Don't forget, if you like to hit the golf ball, we have 2 full swing golf simulators here. 96 courses to choose from. You can call the front desk at 210-361-DEAL, 210-361-3325.
I do believe that simulator accommodates other sports too. I've seen people kick soccer balls out of there. I think you can use it as a batting cage as well.
You can throw footballs into the screen. There's multiple things you can do with it. Golf is a primary thing. We do have golf clubs here if you don't have your clubs, or you can bring your own clubs into the facility and use the simulators. They are $40 an hour. We do have buy 1 hour, get 1 hour free, so you're basically paying $20 an hour, and you can have up to 6 people play on that thing. So it's very cost effective to come out here. And today was raining all day long. Come out here and hit some golf balls while it's raining, while it's cold. Keep your swing ready for the summer. You a golfer, Manny?
No, I do want to take it up sometime, but I have not played too often.
Okay, well, let's go hit some golf balls. About $10 a swing. You want to do?
Hey, I'm a quick learner. Careful what you ask for.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm always careful. That's why I'm willing to bet. You ever seen my swing?
I haven't. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but no, I haven't.
No, it's not good. But I'm just saying we're probably even starting off.
But I have watched Tin Cup.
Oh yeah.
I've seen Charles Barkley swing. I don't want to swing like that. I'll tell you that.
Ace high is going to take this down.
The game seems to be slowing down a little bit. We need to get some action in there.
That's you. Go get a seat.
Go serve them some shots out there.
if you go out there, you buy them for like $500-600 and just start running over the table.
So this aggression frequency, is that saying when they lead out, when they raise? What is that exactly? Do you know?
I'm not exactly sure. That's for the poker players. That was actually your job, Manny, to know that information.
I'm pretty big on showdown value. I like to always have. If you have a good showdown value, you're normally gonna be a winning player. The less you show your cards, the more of a winning player you tend to be as well. If you can get people to fold without having to show your cards, you're doing well. That means they don't know where you're at.
Yeah, I like the VPIP stat where they voluntarily put chips in play. So yeah, it means you're more active than the other players, So what is our VPIP right now, Max? You got that?
Yeah, I'm one of those guys that I know the best way to make money playing poker is to play very few hands, tight, aggressive, but it's just not my style. So I had to train myself to learn how to play post flop. So I try to see flops as many flops as I can for as little as possible, and then generally after the flop, I play pretty solid.
So if they raise $20-30, you're not going to come in with a marginal hand. But if everybody wants to limp in,
if they raise $20 or $30, and I already have 3 people calling in front of me, and there's no one behind me, I'm calling with just about any 2 cards. And marginal hands, that's a debatable term.
oh, okay.
I might play 10-4 if it's 10-4 suited if it's the right price.
Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, so ace queen against ace 8s and 5s, 2 pairs, going to take it down. He went check on the turn, check on the river. Chris going to show his ace queen. And Jack played a hand without a jack in it and still takes it down with the 8-5. Great playing there, Jack. We do have the live stream every Thursday here at Rounders Card Club. Next week, I believe we have a 5-5 no limit game. I'll be checking that up real quick for you guys. February 18th is a 5-5 no limit game, and we have a monster list of 18 players. And then the following Thursday, February 25th, we have the 5-10 no limit hold'em game, and we have 15 players wanting to play that. And we sit 9 players down. So
And they're probably the same list, pretty much the same list on both games. Our big players like to play big, regardless of the blinds. They'll play the 1-2-5 can get pretty big here. The 5-5, the 5-10.
right, Rounders Card Club. Right now we have 7 1-2 no limit tables, 1 5-5 Big O table, and of course we have the live stream going on. And normally we also have that double board bomb pot going on. So
That has died down a little bit. We tend to get it going on weekends, on Fridays.
on
and
weekends,
Saturdays.
Friday. Well, we are open 24 hours a day starting right now, which is Thursday through Monday. And we are doing a bomb pot. So we're going to see a 1-board bomb pot. Everybody gets 4 cards. And Will is going to go all in. We can't see his cards, unfortunately.
He's pretty short stacked, so it's not going to be a big.
It's $19, so he could possibly have the flush draw versus a set or anything like that.
I'm not sure what Lexi's calling with if we see her cards correctly. Maybe the card reader's off and she has 2 hearts.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll just think she has the 10, 7, 3, 4, but for 19.
Oh, I forget they do have 4 cards here, yeah.
Yeah. So she does have a.
Yeah, she's bound to have another heart in there, I'd imagine. Or a queen. And there's a raise.
Everybody's calling $19.
So Jared, Lexi, Will, and Ethan and Mike are all going to the turn, looks like.
My ace on the turn. So Nemesis has a nut flush draw with aces up, aces and fives. Will's all in on the flop. Lexia called, looks like with 10-7-4-3, but we're not sure their card reader's correct.
And unless I'm mistaken, they're not playing high-low here, so it's not like she has a nut low ramp. Oh,
No.
She has a wheel.
She does have the wheel. Wow, good call, Manny. No, there's no wheel. Misread.
No, I think this.
8 is a deuce.
Yeah, the board itself should have 2 on there. I believe one of those cards is
Okay, so maybe
showing
the
wrong.
card reader's.
It's showing wrong on our screen.
Oh, okay, okay.
I saw the cards on the table, and there is. I believe that 8 is a.
A 2. It has to be a 2 then,
it's
right?
It's a deuce. She does have a wheel,
So she does have ace. So
and if that was the case, she had the wheel on the flop. She should have probably raised on that flop.
no, the turn. The ace came on the turn. The queen.
Oh yeah. Okay, you're right. You're right.
The queen 5, whatever.
She was opening on that flop, so yeah, there it is. See if you see the
Oh,
board.
the deuce came on the turn.
Yeah,
You're right.
it's
There's
8.
no hearts.
Yeah, it's ace deuce 5-8.
Sorry about this, guys. The card reader threw us off for a loop. She does have the best hand, and she checks it.
She checks it, and she had.
I didn't see what the river card
Yeah,
was.
she
The
had-
queen of hearts is not in play, from
Yeah,
what
but-
I see.
But if the board is right, she had the nuts. I don't see why she wouldn't lead out.
She's just calling.
I haven't seen what the river card is, but if it's anything other than a 6 or a 7, she has the stone cold nuts.
I believe Will had a set based on everybody's hands, or maybe the 6-7, maybe. Well, Jared called, and I can't see what he has.
He has a 7-6, so maybe that last card was a 4.
Yeah, that would be bad news for Lexi. Sorry, the card reader's off just a little bit, guys. On the board, it does show, if you see Jared's hand right there, it does show queen 8, 5, ace, deuce. So the input could be off. Oh, Lexi does win with a wheel.
Yeah, but
Nope, 7-6. So it was a 4 on the river. Sorry about that, guys. A little confusion there.
Yeah, if that's the case, Lexi should play a little bit stronger on the turn, slow down on that river.
That was tough to keep up with. That queen of hearts threw me off.
Our next rounder's location will have card readers that can read 4 cards.
Will has some chips coming back, or is he going to play $3 or $4? I can't tell.
We don't have any ball. I mean, we don't know what they're saying down there, so I don't know if he asked for chips before the hand started.
And Jared just scooped the last pot, so he's going to come in playing.
He's trying to ride his wave here.
Everybody's holding kings, it looks like.
The action slowed down quite a bit from the beginning.
Will's going to get it all in with the 6-3 of spades.
It's going to be tough to call. It's a whole $4 there.
So we will have a main pot and a side pot.
On the bright side for Will, I mean, he gets to maximize because more people are going to call him.
King, Jack, King 8, King 10. So whoever hits the best flop. All hearts. Mike has the king high flush draw.
No one. Mike's the only one that paired that board, and he has a king of hearts to go with it, so he should take charge of this hand right here. Let's see what he does.
He did bet. He's all in for 46. I don't think Jared could call there. Yeah. Ethan's going to get out of the way, I'm sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, no one else had anything.
Ethan does make the call. He's thinking his flush might be good if he gets there. Or a king, and his king's definitely not good.
Yeah, so Ethan's going to need running 8s. And that's no good. So Mike gets a hand. Will's going to have to rebuy if he wants to stay in.
Yep, he's going to do that.
I've often said it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Will came off to a quick start, got a lot of chips early, and now is rebuying.
So, Manny, we don't have all our OG dealers playing tonight. Like, let's say Gino, yourself, Mateo. What stories? What do you know about those older guys that's been around forever playing?
If you take our opening crew, like Leo's been here. I mean, Lewis has been here from the beginning. Lewis, Gino, Jacob. I think you'd see a whole different Art. I don't know what Art was.
From our first location, right? You guys all kicked that place off, right?
Yeah, most of these guys I've known for years. Gino's actually the one that taught me how to deal.
I'm sorry to hear that.
He's one of the best.
Yeah, Gino's a great guy.
I'm pretty strong in math, and Gino's right up there with me.
You're pretty strong in what?
Math.
Math?
And, I mean, he should be. He's been in college for like, I don't know, 30 years or something.
He's still going to. He's a guy that can't quit. He can't quit.
Yeah, since I've known Gino, he's been involved in poker, restaurants, and school. And I think he still does all 3 of them. But yeah, I knew a lot of them before Rounders, and we used to play a lot of Dealer's Choice back then too. Back when online was big, Dave Smart used to be a really big online player. He used to play multiple screens.
Oh, really?
He might even have made a living doing it.
I don't know. I heard he's not very good from what I heard. Oh, sorry, Dave, if you're out there
He
listening.
was pretty successful online.
He's successful in whatever he does, right?
And he actually still lives in the house that we used to have a poker game out of. I used to deal at his house.
Hey, you can't put that out there.
But it was no rake, it was perfectly legal.
There's no doubt about that. Bowtie's going to call on a paired board with the nut flush draw. A mere $62 with no pairs but a flush draw. And Will actually has the best hand with ace queen. He just rebought for 100. He has 35 in, 65 to call.
You know, Will's one of the only players that's ever beaten me when I had a straight flush in Hold'em. He ended up getting, we had a 2, 3, 4, 5 suited board, and I had the ace. Actually, I turned the nut flush and he called me with just a gut shot straight flush and rivered straight flush. So he had a 6 high straight flush one time, and an ace high straight flush. That's probably about 10 years ago.
Wow. Well, I know a lot of the owners like to play cards here. I haven't seen Dave play, but I've played mixed games with Eric and Sherry in all the tournaments and Donna in the tournaments. And
Yeah, at the old location, they used to play a lot, especially like on fight nights. That was before Eric had the baby too, you know. So
right, yeah, they got their hands full.
she's a cute little one too.
Yeah, you got this going
She'll
on.
be dealing in
Head
no
up.
time.
She'll be owning this place. What are you talking about? She ain't dealing.
Yeah, but she'll learn all the aspects, I'm sure.
I have to ask Eric. I think their middle name is Rounders. I'm not sure.
High society.
Donna, text me. Text me if you named your beautiful daughter Rounders as her middle name.
Donnie used to play quite a bit too, actually.
Yeah, I played against her basically just in the tournaments. I've played cash with her, but she's another lady that always beats me. I don't. It's not that I don't believe them. I have a piece of the board. They just have a bigger piece.
Donna's a sweetheart. And if
Chris Ocho's back to running good there, man. Look at that set of tens.
everyone that likes our
Jack
game
has
is
ace queen. Scotty's got queen jack. Jack's gonna bet 50. Scotty's calling. Chris got a raise here. There's a flush draw out there and a straight draw for. Oh my gosh!
it's been
Everybody got a piece of this
pretty-
board.
It's been pretty quiet, so you'll expect a lot of action here. They've all been waiting for their opportunity.
Chris is gonna make it 250. 230. Is Ethan gonna jam his $315?
He can't call here. He's got to go all in or fold, pretty much. If he calls here, he has no. He doesn't have enough to protect his hand on the turn, so it's got to be one or the other. He's got to put it all in there, or he's got to lay it down.
I think all he can do is shove, and then
If I'm him, I'm lay it down. You shove 300, you can play, you live to play another day.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not calling either, but I'm saying if he can't call, is either shove or fold.
There you go. He laid it down.
Jack might call with ace queen, thinking that
I mean, he can't.
Chris is on a flush draw or straight draw.
Yeah, I don't see him folding.
Not a
here.
set.
If you call pre-flop with ace queen, I mean, what are you expecting? You know, so I can't imagine him folding here. But
They both fold, and they both show a queen.
wow.
Chris is going, how do you guys fold there? Look, he shows him the tens. Goodness gracious. Young man is running good.
Yeah, I'm surprised that ace queen folded there, but it was the right play. But I'm just surprised he did it. So now for Chris to get action, he's going to have to show down a bluff somewhere. I think he's just running too good. Now, what I was going to say earlier, though, for those of you that do appreciate our Rounders dealers' uniforms, we are some of the best dressed dealers in town. They are all courtesy of Donna Thomas.
And when their hair gets out of line like Manny's is right now, he's going straight to the Bad Beat Barbershop to let the girls hook him up.
Or I can buy a Rounders cap. Put that on my head. We have lots of colors and designs to choose from.
Mike Davis, you're out there listening. We hope you feel better. Hope everything's good to go, and see you next Thursday for sure.
Or at our next mix game here at Rounders.
Yes, mixed game, Mike. We could have used you today. I did win a little bit in the mixed games. Not a whole lot, but enough to buy the girls steak dinners tomorrow.
And not enough to get us buying for that big tournament we have coming up.
I'm only $275 away. If you guys want to donate, try me in the $10,000 Big O guarantee.
If you want to donate to JT, you're better off just buying some oceanfront property in Arizona.
Yeah, I can throw a wrench into that tournament. I guarantee you. In fact, I'm gonna get me a sponsorship somehow. We'll start with your first $25 donation. All right, so in the chat, they want to know who's the best player at Rounders, or we've seen at Rounders.
I don't
Man, that's a tough question.
I don't want to single anyone out. I mean, there's tournament players, there's cash players. We have a lot of good players here. And it's just so hard. I mean, it's such. I mean, it changes from time to time. People debate on the best player being whoever wins the most. Tonight, if I was to just judge this table, I would say Ochoa has been the best player so far. He's folded when he hasn't had the best or just called. He hasn't lost any money making bad calls. Bowtie's been up there. As far as our regular everyday players, I mean, we have some strong players. Tournament-wise, we have some very good players that come in here. My boy Jimmy, Bandito Jimmy's been doing very well in tournaments. Cash games, all those players that play the big games are pretty good. I mean, Rory at 21 years old or 22 years old, he's a young player. He plays very well. Trey that was in here announcing plays pretty well. Vu is a good player. I mean, people think he's crazy, but he can buy in big and do well. Chaz is also a good player that comes in here. Big Doug that plays around weekends is a good player. I mean, we have a lot of good players that come here. If I didn't mention you guys, please don't hold it against me. But I mean, Rounders has some of the best players, and we have some action players.
Someone had mentioned that D. Taylor is the best overall.
D.
Play?
Taylor talks the best game for sure. He talks the best game for sure.
I like D. Taylor's play. I played with him before and did well, but he's definitely a hard player. He definitely plays very fast and hard at you.
Earlier, I made a comment about when you're talking at the table, it gives away information. D is the best person that I've met as far as talking a player into doing what he wants. He can talk a player into folding. He can talk a player into calling, depending on what he wants.
Peace, tranquility, and relaxation. Ask that question. Who's the best we've seen at Rounders? I would have to say it could be you, but I know who it's not. I can give you a list of who it's not, and I'm number one on that list. I'll tell you that for sure. I love playing, but I am no good at knowing where I'm at.
Yeah, I remember that first Rounders Cup. I was a floor manager for the first round, and Asai won it, Asai from the Valley, and I thought he played solid poker all the way through. We didn't know who he was, and he played some solid poker that tournament. That was a very fun tournament to manage, and yeah, there's some solid players. Brian Bourne plays here a lot. He's a very good tournament player.
I've never heard of that guy.
And Nancy Horsey, she's probably the best female tournament player we have here. She does well. We have a little bit of everything here. We have a lot of loose players. We have a lot of tight players.
So that's Manny's answer. He won't give you an answer. He's very.
We have a lot of players.
He works for tips, so he's definitely not going to name names. I would name names, but I don't know anybody. I know who a bad player is. That's me. But I don't know. Everybody's good from my vantage point.
If you really want to know that answer, you got to come play over here and check it out for yourself. Make your own judgment.
Yeah, make it yourself. Come over here and beat everybody and say, I'm the best. Be the Tiger Woods, the Michael Jordan, the Wayne Gretzky, whatever you want to call yourself.
One of our leaders here, Jacob, he's one of the best players I know here. Jacob plays very strong.
Looks like Larry came into the booth for us give Dave a break.
And Larry actually plays very well too. Larry made a final table recently in one of our big tournaments.
Yeah,
He's
covered it too. He played great poker.
He's a strong player.
He got very unlucky.
I think you'll see Crystal Troy win a tournament here someday.
Let me respond with, I heard that there are some good cash players. There's great cash players. Are you kidding me? I'm sure you must play here, but there are phenomenal players here.
I haven't played much here. You haven't seen me play much, but I will win a tournament here soon one day.
Yeah, I probably won't be alive to see it.
And you probably won't have the $225 fee for that tournament either.
Right. I mean, you can find every single level of poker here, whether you're a beginner to intermediate to advanced to someone who sits down and actually studies poker, which, of course I don't study it. But anyhow, there's so many different levels of poker here, and every day, every game is a learning curve,
Yeah, you can overthink it sometimes too. If you think too much, I mean, I've seen it more often than not. People that just come in here with positive attitudes, thinking they're going to win, can win. I mean, a lot of times they say it's mainly skill over luck, but there is luck. And the power of thinking goes a long way. If you think you're going to win, you have a better chance of winning than if you don't. If you come in expecting to lose, you're probably going to lose. Bankroll is an issue as well. Don't play with money you can't afford to lose. That's a big problem too.
I always think I'm the best player at the table when I sit down at the table and no one else has gotten there yet. Then I really
And
feel
even
comfortable
then,
about
and
my
even then,
ability.
sometimes you're not right.
Yeah, I could be second best. You know?
But if you're in the dealer's seat, you can't lose.
I've never lost any money back here where I'm at right now. I guarantee you that.
Although, sorry, Jared, but if you are Splash Spot Jared, you could lose $100 dealing if you don't pay attention. So are they running it
Will
twice
best
here?
no. Scotty folded. Well, Will called. Oh, Scott, where are we at? Scotty Karate folded, but Mike called.
They're the same hand, but Will's pretty much free rolling them.
So he does turn to flush.
Any players out there like the Rounders apparel you see? It's all available for sale here. We have short shirts, caps, jackets. We even have beanies now if you want to buy a beanie. I've been told they bring you good luck at the tables.
Will takes down the pot with the jack high flush on a paired board. Don't forget, next Thursday, Rounders Live will be streaming the 5-5 No Limit Hold'em game, the 18th. And then the following Thursday, we will be showing streaming the 5-10 No Limit Hold'em stream. So those are going to be some really good cash players going at it. We have the Poker Traveler, El Thunderbird, Big Daddy Chaz, the regular suspects here.
I didn't mention him earlier, but Chaz is also a pretty solid player. Chaz is one of our favorite players to deal for. He hardly ever says anything. He's nice and calm in the box, and he plays solid. So Lexi's still hanging in there at the table.
She's doing quite well tonight. Our only female on the table is winning.
Oh, and Robert just got here. Let's see how long it takes him before he starts harassing her. No offense, Robert. Just kidding.
Robert's going to take over Chris Ochoa's seat.
Chris booked a nice win. Robert's one of the fun you guys we have here. I think he plays almost every day.
He works in place. He was playing the mixed game.
He may even play more than he works. Yeah, he likes the mixed game. He likes the no limit. He likes the bomb pot games. He pretty much plays every game we have here.
Looks like we have pocket kings for Ethan. Will can't continue with his 7-8. Ethan moved seats. He took Big Mike's seat. Okay, so Ocho is still playing there, but Robert took Ethan's seat. Okay. So Big Mike left. Ethan moved over, opened up a seat. So Chris is still at the table. Will is watching himself on the stream. Of course, it's 30 minutes behind, so he's seeing hands he played 30 minutes ago. Trying to figure out what could have went wrong. All right.
We like to get our big blind out there. right, Jerry, small blind.
Ace Queen versus Ace King.
Jared and Jack in this pot.
Ace Queen's not probably going anywhere.
Look at Lexi's earrings. She's got poker earrings on. She must have known she was going to be on TV tonight. Oh, he laid down the ace queen. Game has definitely tightened up some.
Wow, that is a big fold. Ace King versus Ace Queen, and doesn't even go to a flop. Is that Jack's persona, or him and Jared played before? Or
He probably didn't want to call being out of position and not knowing where he stood. I'm almost never a fan of out of position pre-flop heads up to call. I mean, he's pretty much got a raise or fold there. He went with the fold, which
Jack's been getting some nice hands. He had Ace King. Now he's got pocket nines.
so I'd be shocked if he doesn't raise with this hand. There you go, he does raise.
Yeah, he made it 15. Lexi's going to call with Ace 6 suited.
And lots of people do fall in love with an ace. They see an ace and they like to see a flop. And I've seen ace deuce beat pocket kings several times. It happens.
And Will flops 3 sevens. I think pocket nines are going to bet here and get raised all in by Will. Just trying to get his stack in, $54.
Well, let's see if Will raises. Or Will may just flat call there, depending on how much the bet is.
Well, apparently Robert has something other than Queen Deuce because he called $35.
Because Will only has 19 behind him, so he's not going to fold. So by calling, he might get more people to call behind him, which he does, yeah. And now he has calls.
Oh my goodness!
So now he's just maximized the amount of money he can make with that hand, which is what you want to do when you're short stacked.
Robert must have a pair because he's representing a full house. If you got quads, you got me, but I have a full house.
And again, he's betting into a side pot. Will's going to go on in for less.
Jack did the betting, or snap called.
And he's probably going to check out what Robert has in his stack. If Robert has him covered, I mean, he has to make a choice right now because he can't wait to see if he hits a 9 on the river. So he has to decide right now if he thinks he's the best hand or not.
He already called.
And what's he going to do on the river if a 9 doesn't come now, though? He's going to do another check call, or, I mean, I don't like the call on the turn.
Robert's going to turn over
He just
nothing.
had ace high. He was had ace king or something. So there was no, neither one of them built a side pot, which was also a mistake.
Will gets there with quad sevens. The king 7 suited turns into quad sevens.
And he maximized his value there, which is good. And let's see if he turns up the pressure and starts playing aggressive again. Robert's new to the table, so he was probably just playing aggressive, trying to establish aggression early, kind of the way Big Mike did earlier. And actually, right now is a good time to be playing aggressive because the table has tightened up some. They are playing pretty timid.
Yeah, they're a lot tighter right now.
Yeah, so it slowed down some. Will's aggressive. He has a lot of chips. Mike's aggressive with a lot of chips, but they both slowed down. And Robert's never seen a hand he doesn't like, so he's in there. Ochoa's on Robert's right, so he'll play very few hands against Robert unless he thinks he has the best of it.
Yeah, Robert's got a pretty big stack there coming to the table.
He has a lot of chips too.
Yeah,
Just kidding,
Jared
Robert.
with ace 10 flops 3 10s. And Robert's going to continue his betting, saying, I guess he does have 8-7.
Again, Robert, I think is trying to establish a presence right now. He's trying to let people know he's at the table. He's
Lexi did call with 8-5. I guess that could be off.
Robert's just trying to let people know he's going to gamble, and he'll straighten out and play more solid as the game goes on. Lexi has to have something different because she's thinking about this really long.
Yeah, on the 4 on the river, so
She must have had a pocket pair that was not a 10 or a 4. She probably had pocket 5s, is what I'm guessing.
Jared takes down a nice sized pot. Flopping 3 10s and runner 4s, making a full house. 10s full of 4s.
Nothing funner than runner.
I guess you have to bet down the river because you're never going to get anybody to bet with a lesser hand on that board because anything beats you.
If you bet, you'll get someone with a 4 to call you. But the 4 probably won't lead out. So yeah, the best move there to play. The best move there is to bet. If you make a small bet, you might even get a 4 to raise you. Here comes Robert again.
Call him Raisin Rob. But how does Ethan just call with ace king? Oh, no, he did raise. It looks like it's 10-10. He makes it 25. It doesn't say a 3-bet, but I figured he'd 3-bet.
Again, Robert's been in every hand since he's got on the table, so you got to expect that from him. And I wouldn't be surprised if he does call this raise.
Scotty Karate's in the hand.
Unless it gets re-raised, I expect Robert to call. And he did. So we have 5 players going to the flop.
Ace king flops 2 pair.
Ace 10 also flopped 2 pair.
Ace 10 2 pair. No flush draws out there. But Scotty does have.
Here comes Robert firing out. I don't know if we're reading his hand wrong or not, but he's firing out with a 5 deuce.
Maybe he has another club. Maybe that's what we're not seeing.
He may have a different hand altogether. I can't even imagine what clubs that he's leading out there. Maybe it's ace deuce of clubs, actually. That'd be the only hand I can imagine him leading out with.
Oh, there's a raise too. Top 2 raises.
Well, ace king has to raise there. Ace 10's, I mean, it'd be tough to lay that down. It's Jared. He plays pretty tight. He's probably about 50-50 right now, whether he's going to call or not. The ace king's Ethan, who can also play pretty tight. So yeah, Jared laid
Great
it down.
fold.
Yeah.
Great fold, Jared. And of course,
Yeah.
Robert's going to fold.
Yeah, a lot of times people think of who it is doing the raising, but you also sometimes you got to think about what your table reputation is to the table, and if someone's betting into you and you're considered a type player as well, then they probably have a good hand.
Well, that's a great fold by Jared, having top and bottom pair against the top 2 pair.
But you also got to think of what is that guy going to be raising with?
Sure, if I got this, how can you raise with it? Either you flop the straight, you flop the set.
I mean, the only hand he can beat there that could possibly be raising him would be King 10. So ace king beats him, ace 10 beats him.
And do I
set
want to
beats him.
race against a flush draw, right?
Right. And Ethan doesn't show too many bluffs, so I mean,
No, he's not a.
most of the time when you fold there, you can be making the right play. And again, I thought there was going to be about 50-50 on that, and I would not have liked to call there. You got to push back or fold. If you've been listening the whole show, I'm pretty much about not calling too much. I like to find out where you're at. If you make a tough decision to call, then you have to make a tough decision whether to call or fold on the next street as well.
Scotty's gonna get in the hand with a 10-8 offsuit against a 4 deuce. He's in the big blind, so he just called.
Surprisingly, 10-8 is a very popular hand among some poker players. A lot of players like that hand.
And he's outkicked by Bowtie with 10-9.
But if you play the 10-8 strong enough, that 10-9 will get out of the way.
The ace of hearts. So Robert has the queen of heart draw, so he has a flush draw.
Aggression goes a long way in this game.
I'm gonna guess it's gonna fold around.
It's not a good game for the timid.
Wow. Oh, and the hearts do get there, and he has a nut flush with the queen of hearts.
See how Robert was setting them up there. He's in every hand, he's in every hand, he's in every hand. They never put him on a hand, and he can finally pick one up. And no one thinks he has a hand.
Yeah, he finally takes down the pot.
I'm sure it won't be his first. I'm sure it won't be his last. The chip stacks are correct. Ochoa has almost a whole table covered.
Yeah, he has 1,300 maybe. You are watching the Rounders Live at the Rounders Card Club. We were playing a 1-2 no-limit hold'em game tonight with the employee appreciation game. Thank you guys for watching. YouTube and Facebook and Twitch followers, we appreciate it. Please click and like the subscribe button for us. We really appreciate that. This game has been very solid. I mean, the guys haven't gone out of line. They've all been playing pretty well. I don't think anybody's been bluffing too much.
It's also nice that some of the players here get to watch some of the dealers here play as well. I always feel that when I do play here, that I build a better camaraderie with the players, and they treat you more like a human being as opposed to a dealer, so that's always good.
Sure.
We're having a few technical difficulties, so please stand by.
It's only us, I believe. But you know, when I see you out there playing, Manny, I sit there and go, man, if Manny's playing, that's a really soft table. Yeah. I usually see you playing the tournaments, so I don't really see you playing cash that much. Or maybe I just saw you a few times when you did play tournaments.
It's again, it's hard for me to play cash here because to play my best game, I put some bluffs in there. I don't like bluffing customers too often. In a tournament, it's a little bit different.
Max, we might need you.
All right, so Robert takes down another pot. Again, that aggression early is paying off for him.
Yeah, but he's getting those chips back that he put into play earlier.
Again, I mean, I like that move. I mean, Big Mike did it. It didn't work out for him, but most of the time it does. And Robert's doing the same thing. You play aggressive early, set up a certain persona, so to speak, and then tighten up and let the chips come to you. I also like that strategy in tournaments, for the record. I like to play aggressive early when everyone's playing tight. And when the rebuy period ends, tighten up your game. And if you have a lot of chips, it can work in your favor. We have 3 players going to the flop here. Jared has the biggest piece of it with top pair. Taxi has 2 overcards.
So Jack 10's looking good with a Jack 3-5 flop.
So that queen puts Taxi Will in the lead, and he leads out. We got a lot in here.
He's all in for 62, and Jared with his Jack's going to call, but he realized the wheel turned him. Did he show 10? 10 loser? Jack 10? Yep. Will survives. Doubles up. So don't forget, if you want to come out for March 4th through the 6th, we are doing a $100,000 guarantee. The best thing about this $100,000 guarantee is we also have $100 single table satellites running daily. There'll be 2 winners. So you can get into this tournament with $100. Also, we have multiple days and times where there's $50 buy-ins with $20 rebuys. So that is for the Rounders Card Club $100,000 guaranteed marathon freeze out. So that's going to be a huge tournament, man. A freeze out for $100,000. There's no rebuys, no re-entries. You just got to play your stack, your buy-in, and get after that. So for as little as $100 to $20 with the sit and goes or the single table satellites, you can get in this $100,000 guarantee. Also, Rounders has the February 20th is a $25,000 guaranteed triple stack, 30-minute blind levels, $250 buy-ins, 3 hours and 25-minute late registration, $30,000 in chips, $220 rebuys if you bust, $100 add-on, $20,000 in chips, 12% will cash. So that's $25,000 guarantee. And then the last one that I'm going to tell you about is February 27th, Saturday at 12 p.m. Rounders Card Club is going to present the $10,000 guaranteed Big O Championship. Now, if they said $10,000 Big O tournament, that's fine, but it's a championship, and I love winning championships. So it's only a $300 buy-in. I'm only $275 away, so if anybody wants to bank a very good Omaha player, probably the best in the world, I'll call him and see if he's available. I'm not talking about me. But I'll call and see if he's available. $250 rebuys.
Definitely not talking about himself.
No, of course not. No.
If so, that would be a big bluff.
I'd be the little O champion, not the big O. And don't forget, right now going on is our $25,000 guaranteed accumulator. What it is we have multiple day ones. You bag every day. You can bag 5 times. Whatever you bag, the 2 highest bags you have, your chip counts, you take into the last day or day 2, and you take those amount of chips in. If you bag 1 time, you take 1 chip. If you bag 3 times, you take your 2 highest chip counts, and you take those into the second day or last day, which is Sunday the 14th. And you're going to play $25,000 accumulator. Now we do have there are $80 buy-ins, $20 buy-ins. They're all day ones are all different games that you can play. One went tonight. There's 3 on Friday and 3 on Saturday, and then Sunday is our day 2. So come on out to Rounders Card Club and get in the accumulator.
And if you're not familiar with the term bagging means, this is actually a day. They're not really flights. They're day 1. So whatever chips when the tournament ends, whatever chips you have in front of you, you carry those over to day 2. If you play 5 times, the 2 biggest chip stacks you have left will be your starting chip stack for day 2, and any other stacks you have, you'll get paid cash out for those. So come out and qualify as many times as you can. All right, back to the action here in our employee dealer hold'em game. Well, mainly dealers. We do have one server in the mix. They're not only playing for chips, they're playing for bragging rights around work.
Right, the live stream champion. So Lexi is our only female at the table, and she is holding her own. She has won a few hands, but it is a tough table right there.
Again, most dealers know how to play. They just don't like to play that way. If you play hold'em the way you're supposed to play, it's actually a pretty boring game.
You come to Rounders Card Club, you have multiple choices of games to play. You can play the 1-2 no limit hold'ems. We have a 1-1 no limit hold'em. We have 1-2-5. We have 5-5 Big O, which is Omaha with 5 cards. We have mixed games every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday around 2 p.m. start. It's dealer's choice, the mixed games are, and they are a 5-10 limit game. So if you want to play any game, come on out to Rounders Card Club and you can play. We also have a lot of the weekends we run a double board bomb pot, pineapple. So you get dealt 3 cards, you discard 1 on the flop, and then you play from there. So that's a lot of action, a lot of good going on. So Chris, with pocket 2s, flops a set against ace-9, and Robert has 7-5.
Right, and all 3 of these players are in late position. You have the cutoff, the button, and what they're calling the...
Looks like Nathan's going to raise with his ace-9, or just, yeah, it definitely is a raise.
With them being heads up here, I mean, a smooth call here by Chris is not a bad play.
I'd say Chris is going to put them all in.
If I'm reading the cards right and I'm Chris, I'm taking a card off. I'm going to flat call here because if you raise here, the flush draws can call anyway, but he is going to go ahead and raise.
Manny, when you sit back here, you know poker. You don't have to play it.
See, but...
Oh, and a snap fold.
But if he had a flush draw there, he's probably going to call your raise regardless.
Wow.
So it limits your potential of making money by raising there.
Well, with someone raising you 3 times your bet, would you think that they could not fold that hand if you re-raise them?
I want to have him take another stab at the turn, because there was really no draw, no straight draw there. There was just a flush draw. And if he has a strong flush draw, he's probably not laying it down anyway. But Chris, what he's doing is he's protecting his stack. He has a lot of chips. There's no need to get fancy. He can take down small pots and small pots and small pots and protect his chip stack. So I mean, that's another way to look at it. But if you want to maximize your money there, heads up, I flat call.
But I think if a spade comes off, it goes check, check, so you can't get any value for your set hand.
If a spade comes off.
And you can get pushed off the hand. So I think Chris, with raising, If he flopped 2 pair, he's never folding. But he could put Chris on a bigger ace, along with a set. So
So what you're saying though is, I mean, even if a spade does come off, he's not folding that hand. So what he's risking is running spades. That's what he's risking. The only way he can't call that hand is if it comes spade, and the odds of that happening aren't that great. So I play the math there. I take my chances. But again, he does have a lot of chips, and it's not a bad play to just protect your chip stack. You don't want to double someone up so they have a better chance of taking your chips. Okay, 4 people to the flop here.
pocket sevens are holding up so far.
He needs out.
Scotty's been quiet for a while. Now he's going to lead out $35 with 10s and 7s.
And I don't understand the call here by Will, but that's Will.
The 8 gets there to counterfeit Scotty's 2 pair.
So when check, and Scotty ends up losing.
Scotty gives him the
See,
disgusted look.
Again, if I'm Will there and I have that hand, I'm going to raise or fold. I don't see a call there. I don't understand the call.
When you hit your pair on the river, do you bet? Why don't he bet there? Does he think Scotty could have the 10? Or why would he call if he put Scotty on a 10?
Exactly. I mean, if he makes it straight, on the river, he's going to lead out, and Scotty's going to fold, so he doesn't make any more money. So I don't understand just the call there. I mean, if he had top pair, I can understand a call. I mean, if he had any kind of pair, I can understand a call. But just a draw on a paired board, I just don't understand it.
Yeah, it's a tough play.
We have our front side straddle here. They're trying to pick up the action, I guess.
Okay, we just saw Scotty at pocket 7s. Now he's got 7s again. Is that correct? Excuse me, guys.
He's in the straddle.
We'd like to welcome to the booth. It's hammer time. Come on, you're messing up the game now. There you go.
Oh, this is my play. Oh, I get to call the game
It's hammer time,
with
ladies
a
and
bunch
gentlemen.
of the dealers. All right. So I just walked in here, but the game's been going for, geez, almost 4 hours.
Don't break it, Manny.
Has Manny been drinking or commentating? Which one?
He's commentating. He's helping out tonight. Doing a great job.
All right. If we're not reading the cards wrong again, if Scotty does indeed have pocket 7s again, oh, he's going to lay it down.
Wow, Robert's aggression just is too strong right now.
We have a new addition to the booth. It's hammer time. Douglas Hammer in the booth with us.
Now, these players probably know each other quite a great deal. And we all know Robert likes to bully himself around. I don't know if you guys have mentioned that tonight, but Scotty should know that better.
Yeah. They've been playing like pretty ABC poker. No one's got out of line. Hands have been playing themselves. So it's been fun to watch.
Again, here we have. I don't know if they're considering that a restraddle or a blind raise, but we have four blinds out there. I'm assuming they're going to let this be a restraddle. So Chris will have last action.
Hammer, are you on the list to get out on that table and play tonight?
Negatory. I stopped playing poker when I figured out I was terrible.
Well, I figured that out the first time I played against you.
Why did it take you so long, Hammer?
I don't know. Some of it's just to play for fun. You know, I like to throw a couple $100 away here and there. There's some charity cases out there. Has Little Dave been dealing all night?
Yeah, he had a little break from Larry, but he's been dealing 90%, which he normally does on the streams.
On the streams?
Yeah, he does great for us.
And after this night, they're going to be fighting for the stream.
Oh, they're tipping well, huh?
Those dealers.
Yeah. True that. Well, I'll tell you, the players here at Rounders tip very well, in my opinion, from what I've seen the last couple of years. So whether it's a dealer or a player, it's a nice gig to have.
Well, it's a nice one. The employees here are beyond expectation. The front desk to the dealers to the waitresses to the porters,
Right.
to the bartending staff to the kitchen staff. Everybody does such a great job. Everybody feels. I feel lucky to have the environment when I walk in here and play. Not just be on the streams, but just to play. To have the cleanliness, the
Right.
camaraderie, the friendliness, the professionalism.
Right. And just working in the cage firsthand, we know what we do with the cards and the chips that come back. And we also know that other dealers will come from other places, and they say that none of that's done.
Right. Well, tell us a little bit about the cage, being that you're a dealer, a cage person. So the staff in the cage does a great job, right?
Yeah,
It's a hard job to keep track of everything, right?
Right. Well, now that we're baking the cards and baking the chips that come in, it's a little more complex back there. It used to be put the chips back, count the money out, boom, we're done. But now we have about 5 jobs over there. So we
it's almost like you have to be a teacher to know this stuff.
yeah, right. You have to be intelligent. I'll tell you that. Not everybody can do the cage, but yeah, it's the baking process, and you'd be amazed at how many players sit there and say, "Wow, you guys throw those in the oven," because they see it. And so it's more complex. It's harder than it looks. Let's put it that way.
Right. So what Hammer's telling you when he's saying bacon and stuff, they're sanitizing the cards and the chips as they come in, and they have a little. It looks like a toaster oven, but it actually sanitizes the chips and cards. Correct?
Correct. And then we do that with every deck of cards that comes in every half hour. So there's no longer than 30 minutes play on those cards before they get baked. And then anytime someone cashes in chips or chips up, we throw those in the oven and throw them in there for about 10, 12 minutes and then pull them out. And there's cases where we're running low on chips or we haven't reloaded, and the players will grab the racks and they're like, geez, these are hot. And like, yep.
Be careful.
Right. Yeah, don't burn yourself.
It happens with the cards, too. I mean, we go
Max.
through a lot of decks. There are times we have 22 tables in here. There are times when we have all
Right.
22 tables with cards on them.
Yeah,
So-
and the thing with the cards is we try to rotate them because we don't want to bake them every hour. So we rotate them so they only get baked maybe 2 or 3 times a day, hopefully. But it puts a wear and tear on the cards. It's, the owners are going the extra mile, spending the extra money for those cards, because if we didn't bake them, I guarantee they'd last extra 4, 5, 6 weeks. But it's just what we're doing for the safety. We wash the chips, bleach them about every 6 weeks also. So not only are we baking them, we're bleaching them. We can't be any safer.
Right. And I mentioned the porters. I don't know if you guys out there that are watching us on YouTube and stuff know what the porters are. The porter's job is they sanitize the chairs, the location where you're going to sit next as a player gets up. So they're doing a phenomenal job of keeping everybody safe. Everybody wears a mask, covers your nose, covers your mouth. They're taking this COVID very serious.
Yeah. And it's just, it's no different, I'll use Manny's point, it's no different than school. You're going to have to remind the players to put the mask on. We get that, but we're enforcing it. So it's not like we ignore it. So you might see someone with the mask down, and we're saying, like, put the mask back up. And they get a few warnings, but they'll be asked to leave if they can't do it. But we're trying everything. And again, I work at school and I work here. And, knock on wood, I haven't caught anything. And I think it's because I literally sanitize my hands probably 20 times a day. And but that's with the school environment and with this environment. So
Right, along with wearing a mask and
Right.
having the porters clean, we have sanitizing hand cleaner everywhere around the facility. So
Right.
you can go anywhere and get your hands clean, go to the bathrooms, wash your hands, whatever you need to do to make yourself feel safe and protect all our other players. We definitely appreciate everything everybody's doing.
right, and exactly, to feel safe. That's our number one job. We want to get the cards out. We want to do the job right, but most importantly, we want to keep our customers safe.
Well, Manny, Lexi got up. You go get that $500 in there, and let's see if you can turn it into $3,000, and we'll split the profits, and then I'll have my buy-in for the Big O Championship.
There you go.
Someone give me that $500?
I'm going to back you with my support.
You're an athletic supporter, huh?
Oh, man.
Taxi Will plays approximately 50 hours a week here and works 5. But,
If you want to call those 5 work.
yeah, if you want to call those 5 hours work. But he's a player.
And if you want to call those 50 hours playing.
Yeah, he's a player though. He knows what he's doing out there.
Well, we knew that Manny wasn't going to play tonight
Well-
because Scotty put out there that if you beat him in the hand, you're going to get the midnight to 3 shift.
Oh, that's why we got all the late night guys in there.
So
Ethan and
so far I've been calling it pretty much. I think I've been calling it pretty much accurately. Will got up chips early, and I said he's going to slow down a little bit. He gets caught. He lost a big hand. Got to the middle pack. I said you'll see him gamble again. Sure enough, started gambling. Had a rebuy. I said Ochoa's going to hold on to his chips. He's holding on to his chips.
yeah, has how many people have reloaded? I mean, is anybody in for?
Oh,
it?
yeah.
There haven't been a whole lot of reloading.
So who's the big winner right now?
Ochoa's probably
Chris.
Oh,
Bowtie's up there, but Bowtie's played very few hands.
yeah.
Chris is up a dime, maybe.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, there he is. I see him in that chair.
Well, Jack unfortunately had to reload. Scotty had to reload.
Yeah.
Mike's been reloading. He's been very aggressive. And
Jared's
Ethan
Jared's
reloaded twice. Jared's
Jared's
reloaded.
won 2 or 3 big hands.
Jesus. So
Big Mike reloaded.
McCardle's not even there anymore, is he?
Yeah, he got some big hands tied up, and him and Will got in a big $900 pot early in the night. And then
All right.
Will ended up unfortunately passing all those chips to someone else, and now
Right.
he's reloaded a couple times. So the chips are moving around the table tonight. These dealers are going at each other.
Yeah.
They want the pride of winning.
It's still not as much action as I expected. But
No.
then again, I really would like to see these daytime dealers get winning tables. We get Lucky.
Oh,
Mateo,
Lucky and one hand
Mateo,
Mike.
Jacob.
One
Mike.
hand Mike. One hand Mike. I just got done dealing his table. That guy is phenomenal. He will run anything down. He's not.
Nothing-
If you're not afraid of money, you're a good card player.
Nothing against these nighttime dealers, but the daytime dealers probably go harder.
Oh, Robert. I think Robert's just a strong player. I mean, just from what I've seen, and how he's cashed, and I've never seen Ethan play. Or is that?
Yeah, that's Ethan.
Yeah.
Ethan. It depends on his chip stack.
Right.
He doesn't get out of line.
Yeah,
He's very solid.
He plays solid, but he's also predictable depending on where he's at. In the
He
hand.
bets the best hand, and if you get lucky and beat him, you lucky and beat him. But
Yeah.
he definitely bets his hand. He definitely bets the best hand. He knows he has the best hand when he's betting.
The thing for Ethan is he does well against our typical rounders players because he likes to overbet, and these players will call it overbets. And this dealing table, it's a little bit trickier. You overbet, they're going to fold. So it's a little bit more of an adjustment. The dealers like to gamble, but they like to be in charge of the hand.
So Chris has 1,600 in chips. Wow.
Yeah.
And he's in for 300.
You're right,
You know how I know that?
because you gave him the chips.
That's because I gave him the money.
Were you in the cage?
I gave him the money. And I told him I wanted 20%. But yeah, keep going, buddy. Keep going.
We are live on a live stream.
Yes. Oh, okay. So he will hear me in 30 minutes.
Yeah, 30 minutes.
Okay, that's
correct.
good. And then he'll
And
look
so
over.
everyone else in the nation.
That's okay. Yeah, I sold everyone those chips. I don't think there's anyone that wasn't at that table.
How many people we have following us? Does anyone know?
I don't know. My wife was getting on a couple Thursdays.
That's nice.
Wait, say it again, because I
can I
may have
get a
heard
Coke?
that wrong.
Yeah. What?
Say that again. I may have heard that wrong.
Stop. She might be on right now. She might be texting. Stop it. All right, this guy's got 10-8 suited. Jerry 3, Queen 3.
Not to make a joke, but somebody said your wife was getting it on a couple Thursdays.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Were you off that day?
I am. Yes, probably. Probably. Don't tell anybody. Wow, there's some hands here, people.
When you say hands, we have a Queen 8,
We-
a Queen 3, a 3-2, and
We
a
have
10-8.
no, but we have some suited cards that these guys will play.
For sure.
Who is Jerry?
Jared.
Jared.
Oh, that's Jared. Okay.
Yeah. His name is Jared Jackson.
Yeah, we have.
And his nemesis,
If you go by,
Bowtie.
if you go by
No,
first,
Nemesis is Ethan.
Oh,
if you go by first names, you got Jeremy, Jared, and Jack in that order. 3 J's in a row.
Taxi will with a loose call with Queen 8 off.
And he flops the best hand.
Oh, my goodness. Let's see if Manny called it.
Yeah, so he's going to lead out.
Yep.
I expect. Scotty, did Scotty fold? I expect Scotty to call there. Only because Will's been stabbing every pot. I expect Scotty will call here.
There's Nemesis folding out a turn if we're waiting for Scotty.
He raised. Scotty raised, which I like to play. I like to play for Scotty to raise. He wants to take control of the hand and position.
Well, we all know Will's not going anywhere.
No, of course not. He's got backdoor clubs and the middle pair.
And now the play for Will there would have been to re-raise, but he just calls. Let's see what happens.
Oh, man, what a card. Now there's chop potentials.
Now Will, if Will does not bluff here, right?
Oh, no, he can only chop with an ace, right?
Yeah, if Will does not bluff it here, Scotty's gonna take down the pot.
Scotty's going all in.
Oh, Will cannot call.
Yeah. So if Will wanted that pot, he
Can Will call?
No.
Is Will that good?
He's got to put Scotty on a
No.
king.
Will's only.
Oh,
chance,
yep, he folded.
He shows the 8.
Will's only.
Oh,
chance,
my gosh.
Will's only chance to win that hand was to lead out or check raise.
Will knows he has the best hand now.
Right.
Again, that's why I'm never a fan of just calling out of position. He had on that flop. He should have re-raised or just folded.
Again, that's an example where you shouldn't be in a hand to begin with, and it costs you about $100.
Now I'm not a big fan of that saying because if you slip into a hand with 4 deuce and someone has aces and you flop 2 pair, you got them right where you want them. No one's going to put you on 4 deuce. And if you get unlucky and they double pair the board and someone says, well, you should have been playing that hand.
Yeah.
You know what? Most of the time, you flop that 2 pair, it's going to hold.
I mean, but you're not going to call 4 deuce $100. How many times are you going to see that?
Have you dealt here much?
Yeah, but I have not seen a 4 deuce call. I've seen 9-10. I've seen queen king, but I have not seen a 4 deuce call $100. Never.
Yeah, that's very tough.
I guess you don't do it as much as I do here.
No, I do not. This is just my part-time gig, Manny. I actually have a real job.
Whoa, this is a real job. This is hard work, man.
Oh, I know it's hard work. I got it.
This is a tough job,
For those of
man.
you who don't know, he's in charge of our future generation.
Don't even get me started on that. Not this year. Not this year, people. Education went down the toilet.
Hey, a lot of times these poker players act like 5-year-olds.
Oh yeah, just deal one big old table. You'll know it.
I mean, I have more arguments about seat changes. Hey, I wanted that seat. No, I wanted that seat. No, I wanted that seat. Well, aren't we all adults here? I asked for it first.
And I tell them the one thing that they should know no matter what. Just if you play bad here, you're probably going to play bad over there.
Yeah, yeah.
And I like to say it's bad luck to be superstitious.
Yeah.
We have 3 kings in the hand.
And Robert with the king of diamonds has the best draw on a paired board with the king eye flush draw.
Right.
And if no one bets, Robert or Will are both capable of leading out here.
Who's the new player in the army?
Is it a dealer?
Mm-hmm. Has to be.
Oh, is this only dealers?
Well, no, Lexi's
Not
in
dealers, but Lexi's playing.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
But
she's out.
employees.
Okay.
Employees. Oh, maybe Lexi got up. Maybe that's in Lexi's seat.
Yeah, she did get up.
Oh, okay. I didn't see.
Yeah, she got up when I walked in.
I can't tell who that is.
I can't even see who that is.
He's definitely incognito.
I think they just let somebody in. Chris Bolo. Who's Chris Bolo? That is not an employee, people. Oh, there you go. That is not an employee.
Are you sure? I still don't think I've met all the employees yet.
Yeah, but I don't. I do tournament tips. I don't recognize that name. I'm pretty sure he doesn't start right off in the cash. All right, we'll find out. We'll find out who Chris Bolo is here in a second.
He's in the small blind.
Any wages? Is it Chris Colon?
What
No,
what position he
Chris
has here?
Valdez?
no.
Chris Mama?
Never heard that.
Yeah, it's coming. Scotty, here we go.
Scotty's been quite quiet, even though he did show the bluff
Cubby
on the
Chris
last hand.
is coming along.
The action's slowing down. You pick up ace eight of diamonds and everyone's folded around to you. I mean, it's not a bad move to raise there.
And Chris has Jack 9 of diamonds. If he comes along and a flush gets there, he's going to be
The
in
new
some-
player is going to be out before he gets in. Here come the diamonds. I do not recognize that guy.
I didn't see him, so.
Long hair, looking down. Check his coat for a gun, people.
Bowtie's wanting to raise with the ace 4 of hearts.
Oh, Nelly.
He's
come
just
on.
going to call. He changes his mind.
Get some action going.
I guarantee that was all Hollywooding there. He wants to portray he has a bigger hand than what he really has.
Wow. Pocket sevens is the best hand with Will.
That will not hold up.
King 9 takes the lead.
Two players have a 9.
Who is that guy? Is that Chris Trask that dyed his hair again?
No, it's Chris. I think he worked here briefly. He might still work for us. I don't know. He plays. He talks a lot. Plays it. He plays here during the day a lot.
He works here?
I think he started to work here, or he applied to work here.
What? Man, see, that's what happens. You get old. You don't even recognize a guy that works here.
Chris is one of our new
And
dealers.
he's going all in, people.
I've never seen him work here.
He's one of our new
but he's
dealers.
talked about-
He wears a bow tie as well.
He does?
Yeah.
He talked about applying here, and I thought he got hired.
Oh, I'm sorry. He doesn't wear a bow tie. He wears a bolo tie. Whatever that is.
What the heck is a bolo tie?
Bolo's when you tie around, it has like 2 strings.
Oh, it looks like
strings.
Like
a
a
cowboy?
Like
Yeah.
a cowboy tie?
Yeah, yeah.
It's strings. It's not.
Well, I definitely have not seen that guy.
See, I do more than just poker, guys.
No, you don't.
You do fashion? What'd you just do?
Bow tie's going to raise with his ace
Oh,
4.
mama
Bottom
mia.
pair.
Mama. And didn't Chris go all in? Yeah. Chris Bolo's all in.
Now,
And Chubby. Did Chubby Chris call him? Or Cubby Chris?
Yes.
Wow.
Ocho has a 9, so
again, guys, we could be misreading the hands because it has happened.
yeah, the card reader could be off.
Bowtie could have pocket 4s there.
Man, I hope we're misreading the hand.
I can't see him re-raising them
Oh,
with just
Nelly.
ace 4 because
9
It would be
Jack
a dry
just looks a
side
little better. Open ender.
Bow tie's going to check, so I don't think he has a set, but the 6 gets there to make a straight, but
well, Bowtie could have had
The
a set.
7's folded. Whoever-
Jack 9 is, King 9 is good.
Cubby Chris.
He takes down the pot.
Huh.
And bow tie just mucks.
So that was like the first misplay I've seen from Bowtie tonight. I don't understand why he would raise there when there was one person all in.
Yeah.
There was
right.
no advantage from the raise there, unless he put that guy on a draw and thought he could win with one pair.
Unless he wanted to go heads up, yeah.
So unless he puts him on a draw, I don't see the advantage there.
Do we have an open
raising.
seat again?
Yeah, Chris Bolo's out already.
One
Gone.
One and done?
One and done. He hasn't worked here enough. He doesn't have enough money. I guess.
He's-
Someone hide me because he'll be coming for me next.
He's looking for his tip envelope.
You're looking for, he doesn't have a tip envelope.
You're watching Rounders Live. This is the 1-2 Employers Appreciation Game stream, and we have a huge winner tonight. Chris Ocho is making every hand, making great calls, great folds. Everybody's playing well, but Chris, wow, he's doing quite well.
Dead button.
So how many, I believe it was, 18 dealers that signed up for this? Did I see that right?
Well, so pocket nines for Robert on a Jack 6-7, 6-5 board.
He's going to get 2 callers.
He made it 42.
And who is? Oh, Nemesis is Ethan. Folded.
Yeah, there's no one here that can call. I mean,
I think Bowtie calls.
Bowtie can't call. He can raise, but he's
No.
not going to call.
He's going to call.
Bowtie bet, so
Bowtie bet.
And Robert raised him.
Yeah. Bowtie calls to look for a set of 4s.
It's only 2 outs.
Yeah, I know, but he gets paid. He gets paid. He's got a nice chip stack in front. He'll call just to look for a set of 4s.
He's folding or raising, I guarantee.
Bowtie knows Robert's aggressive, and he'll call. If Robert's raising, he's not going away, so Bowtie knows that. So,
Okay, so he's going to call, just hit a 4. It doesn't make any sense.
well, he calls to save himself money because if he raises, Roberts might go over the top.
But being in the tank so long,
Right.
there's no way he can just call here. If he calls here, Robert's going to fire again on the turn. He has to fold. And now he's picking up his cards. He's definitely got to fold now.
yeah, he's folding. Isn't that folding mode? Where you count out your chips and then you.
I think
Put
he's
him
going to
back
say
in your
screw it.
stack.
He's God, don't go off. I think he's calling. He's not. Go for the 4, for gosh sake. Oh, there was a flop out there.
Yeah, the only way he can change.
Oh, I didn't even see the flop.
The flop is down in the right hand corner.
So far, your flop is an announcer.
Well, dude, I did not even see the flop. Is that because we lost the screen for a bit? Oh, all right. That's why I'm not back here much, people.
Yeah, so I mean,
Right, we're very thankful of that.
he does have the capability there to raise or on a Stone Cold bluff, but there's no way he just calls.
So what was the action pre-flop?
I don't know if the action was pre-flop, but the flop was Jack 5-6.
Oh,
Bowtie let out for $7.
Yeah, he's getting out.
Robert raised for $42.
Right.
And then Bowtie thought about it and folded.
Yeah, he's not calling. Yeah, obviously, you can't call it. I thought there was a flop coming.
So I guarantee you, one person only has to pay attention. And
So
if you
Scotty
guys have
can't
any
be on-
questions, ask me.
Tell Scotty cannot be on the phone during a hand.
Yeah, can someone mention that to Scotty?
And is it a straddle or a raise?
Floor, table 20, whatever that table.
That hand's dead. Go tell him, Manny. You know the rules.
Man, this is the time to come play the simulator, people, because the courses are shut down. I don't know if people realize till Wednesday. They have been. It was announced that the city courses are shut down till Wednesday at the earliest.
For what now?
The city courses, all the Par 18 courses are shut down because of the weather.
Oh, weather.
Yes,
Oh, yeah. So we got two
we got
golf
2
simulators.
Yes,
And they got 96 courses to choose from. It's $40 an hour. If you buy 1 hour, you get a second hour free. So there's only $20 an hour
right.
on these awesome simulators. They tell you everything: your ball flight, your ball speed. Do they tell you your swing speed?
Yes,
They tell you your swing speed, if your face is open or closed. So if you just want to get educated on how you're swinging, you can do that. Or if you just want to play around the golf,
right.
you can do that. Or if you want to do a golf tournament, we have 2 simulators. You can have 8 people out here playing on 2 different simulators.
And if your face is open, please wear a mask.
Yeah, those people like to play 3-4 times a week. I guarantee it, they're going to get the itch about Saturday, Sunday to maybe want to come out. It's a great rate. It's a great rate just to hit the ball. You can probably finish around 2.5 hours.
Oh yeah, there's other golf simulators around town, and no one can do it that inexpensive.
No.
And you can actually have 6 players on each simulator. So you could have 3 threesomes, 3
Right.
foursomes.
Enjoy the food.
Oh, the
Play
food,
a little
yeah.
golf. I mean, it's a great experience.
I think we may have golf carts to shuttle them back and forth to the car.
We will that day because it'll be too cold to walk in here.
I've been shuttled to the bar across the parking lot.
Yeah.
Will takes down another pot. Taxi Will, I'm about to call him the roller coaster.
So they're double straddling tonight?
They have been,
They haven't.
yeah. Robert's always straddling.
So we're making our own rules at this table.
Absolutely.
Oh, I didn't.
The stream can do what they want.
Oh, anytime?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nice.
When we do the other streams, if we have a game designated, which they pretty much play, but sometimes they'll change it up.
Yeah.
Like they'll add in the bomb pots, which they change up. They can do dry hands, all kinds of whatever the table wants to do. You know, we're streaming it, but we're letting it's their game.
Right.
It's like a private game. Except it's complete opposite of private. They all get to see what you're doing.
Nemesis King 6 of Hearts.
He's not even at the table.
Well, you should fold then.
Yes, get him out. Oh, damn it. I forgot. Can I just judge it?
All right, looks like we have 2, 4, 6 players going to the flop. This should be fun.
Jared with a 10-7. Looks like he's an elite.
It's the first thing I think I've seen Jared play.
He's been mixing it up a little bit.
Emphasis on a little bit.
He got unlucky. Scotty flopped the set.
Yeah, he told me.
Him and Jack both flopped flush
Flush
draws.
draw, yep.
He had a jack high. Jack had the king high. The board had paired on the river making a flush, and he jams all in. Of course, Scotty was all in before that with the set. And
Wow.
Jack takes down the side pot.
So Jared also re-raised pre-flop with ace. I mean, he raised pre-flop with ace queen, got re-raised by ace king, and then laid it down.
Bowtie wins a pot with 3-8. He gets 4s to fold, 6s to fold. Wow. Now that's a player.
He's good.
Well, he's played very few hands. He's played pretty solid. So they got to give him credit for a hand there. And in a field that big.
His posturing is very well. Like
Yes.
if he has a hand like his fours and he's like, he lets it go, but he's making you think that, hey, he has a hand. Looks like Dave's dealing the short arm, but basically he's trying to make sure the cards hit the readers and not pass other cards, other readers,
Well, he has short arms.
so that
They don't call him Little Dave for nothing.
Oh. Man, how many times are we going to see 4s tonight?
fours are hot. They're just not hitting the board.
May the force be with you.
This looks
$20 raise and a bunch of calls.
If we want to go to them 20 more minutes for the stream ends, we could get a lot more action.
Queen Jack 7 on a flop.
Opening straight draw for
Right.
Chris.
Oh, and he got there. He's there. And the 4s still come out.
The fours have a heart draw.
Chris.
He has to call.
Oh, my. This will be dirty if a heart comes.
Yeah, Chris won't be too happy about it.
No, he will not.
Or a 4.
The four don't help him.
I know, but he'll think it helps him.
So 10-9 makes the turn to straight, but the 10 did counterfeit him for a possible chop. But Chris does hold up.
Well, Ethan just laid it down. He made it obvious he was going to draw and just folded when the draw didn't hit. Let's see if I get one more good hand here before that hammer finish it up for me.
Finish it up. What time are you guys leaving?
Still 11, right?
Hmm?
Oh, that's only 20 minutes.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm golden. Golden. All right, let's get a big hand here. What the heck's going on
Someone
here?
bring us a big glove.
Nemesis just was that's not a straddle. It's a bet blind raise.
Well, they might let him straddle at 20.
That looks like it's more than 20.
Oh,
That
yeah,
appears to
16.
be 65.
It is 65.
That's 80, right?
65.
65. Looks like they're in stacks of 20s.
Wow. Robert's call it anything.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Robert.
300.
He's got to push it. He's got to call.
But Robert knows that if
Yeah.
Ethan doesn't have anything decent, he's going to fold.
He calls.
Yeah, it's all in.
Uh-oh. Oh, and there comes the jackers.
And he's running diamonds. Oh, or straight draw. He has a 10. The straight gets there. And he's proud to show it.
Calm down, Robert. Calm down.
Manny called for a big hand, and he got it.
And Ethan and Robert will be talking about that for the next few days.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I will be packing up at 10:59.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
It'll be JT working it alone,
Yes.
like he always does.
Yeah. It's just not a problem.
Yeah, what,
Who's talking?
The action's pretty slow down.
Who?
So.
The booth, production booth.
Oh, I didn't know there's someone in that booth.
Even right now? Can they hear us right now? Okay.
Just like a dealer to keep on playing.
Oh yeah, they're not. They're gonna play all night long. This
Hey, they want to keep playing. Tell them to play then. Let's go, play. Pick up the action. Get this game out of the dirt. We get a regular 1-2 table that gives us more action than this.
Scotty's gonna come out raising. Of course, with the 9-7 offsuit, a monster hand.
Again, the table's tightened up. He's on the button. I mean, it's not a bad play. He hits this flop. No one's going to put him on it.
We have 4 callers.
3 callers, four to the flop.
Oh, Nelly. The worst hand going in hits it.
Again, I mean, he's playing position, though. I mean, it's not.
Right.
If someone leads out, I mean, I think he'll just call, but if no one leads out, he's got to put a big bet out there, which he does. But now with his mannerisms, he's almost making it look like doesn't have a hand.
With everybody checking, he knows he has the best hand, so he's going to lead out, and Jack's going to show his ace deuce, but not the ace, and Scotty's going to take down the pot. So I'm JT, and in the booth with me is Manny and Hammer. So thank you guys for watching. If you're watching on YouTube, please click the like and subscribe buttons. We greatly appreciate it. Our Twitch followers, thank you for watching. And, of course, you can follow us on Facebook.
On the average, on the 510 stream, how many viewers do you have, roughly, average? Does anybody have any idea? Do you have over 20,
50 maybe?
50?
This is the first time I've been on here, so I imagine that I could keep the viewers.
Did you say your first
Intrigued.
time or last time?
First time. I'll come back if y'all want me
Yes.
back, but you gotta remember every time I'm in here though, I'm not working. I gotta work.
Right, right.
Shut up, 2,000.
Yeah.
I might have found my fourth job. What's the pay, JT? All the libations you can drink, huh?
No, they can't pay me that much.
No.
They cannot pay you.
It's just the camaraderie that
That's
you
only my
get.
hourly
Yeah.
pay.
Look at all this great camaraderie. Come on. You can't ask for more than this.
What we got going on here? Taxi Will coming in with 8-4 strong.
Jared likes his sevens, but
Sevens. Seen that. I have seen that a lot since I've been in here, and not one time have they hit. But right now are in the lead, but
wow, it's going to check around.
yeah. Kaboom.
How does Chris hit that?
Chris
Straight?
Bolo.
He's
But
got-
there's 3 spades on the board. That might slow him
Yeah.
down.
Well, he's got the king of spades.
Yeah.
Like,
He has a nut flush draw. He's not going anywhere.
He's not going anywhere, but is he betting it?
the players that are left here in this game are players that are playing more afraid. They're more afraid to. They're playing not to lose. Is what they're doing. They're playing a lot more not to lose.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
No one's there's not a whole lot of people attacking. Robert was attacking at the beginning.
Right.
Ran into some bad luck, so he slowed down a little bit. And there's no one that's really taking control of the table. Before we had Mike being aggressive, we had Will being aggressive.
So the players, how many players have actually left the table that played and have left? Just a couple, 3?
For sure, Mike.
Yeah, I can't tell right now. We're having technical difficulty back here with us, but I don't know what the river is. But how many players have left? Oh, Mike left.
Lexi.
Lexi left. And they've been switching seats, so it's hard to
Yeah.
remember. But
So mostly, basically, it's the same core that's been there all night.
Robert came in for, I can't remember who left. Oh, Big Mike. Big Mike moved seats, and then he left, and then so everybody's been bouncing around chairs to chairs. Max, we might need you over here.
All we're seeing is Popeyes flashing at me. Good thing I don't have bad eyesight.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi seems to have gone out too.
We just
The magician, a little magic, and we're back.
magic. Can we rewind that so we
Yeah,
can see what
sorry,
happened?
we missed the last hand, guys. Sorry about that. Our feed got stuck, so we didn't see if the flush got there, if the straight held up. Of course, if the flush got there, the straight would held up.
Oh no, it looks like Bolo's got some chips. I think he's close to 3 something now. Kind of like to know who that guy is. It's like the Masked Singer. Who is that guy?
He's a dealer.
I've never seen him. I've never seen him play.
Well, we know you're an employee here, but just because you don't know him doesn't mean.
Dude, I've been here since we've been open. I'm pretty sure I know everybody.
You know he's employed here?
Manny got me this gig in the cage. Whoa, this is going to be an action hand.
Edward's new.
Yeah, Edward just came in.
Yeah. Oh, Robert's got queens.
Yes.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, mother of God.
And Edward has a nice little stack.
Thank you, Edward, for joining the game.
And for the record, I'll put the opening leading crew of Rounders against any opening poker house.
Oh,
ever.
Robert
God.
shoves on him. Snap call.
Yeah,
Edward's like, why didn't I play this game all night?
no kidding.
And
Until a lady comes up.
Robert gets
They're
lucky.
not going to show. They're going to run it twice. Is that
Robert
what they're
Yeah,
negotiating?
Robert has a habit of getting lucky, so I would not.
Oh my gosh, that's just a cooler.
Oh, Edward took
I would not be surprised if Robert catches the queen.
Edward took Ethan's hand. Ethan left one hand. No, Ethan left one hand too late. Goodness.
Sorry, guys. We're having a little technical difficulty with our screen.
All right, here comes the man of the night, Mr.
100?
Christopher Ochoa.
Oh, the Queen on the River.
Christopher Ochoa is joining us in the booth. He gets my vote tonight for the most solid player of the evening at the table. Made some strong plays that people may have doubted, but he made some strong just calls on the river. He made some good no raises. And as the poker gods would have it, he actually held on to the most chips for the night.
Hey, we had Chubby Chris stop by and
Yeah.
see us tonight. I mean, Cubby Chris.
Cubby Chris.
Cubby Chris.
Good job, Chris.
Great
If
book,
my name,
man.
If my name was Chris, I don't know if I prefer Cubby or Chubby.
I would prefer Cubby.
$10-9 versus Jack 4. Bowtie's going to check, and then I bet Chris is going to lead out. Oh, they go check, huh? Do you give him a free card there, Hammer?
No, I do not.
Right.
I got to see where I'm at.
But your Jack High is actually good.
You're right.
Just don't want to see a diamond.
But come on, it's Jared.
Bowtie makes the...
You go to Jared for diamonds.
Jarrett for diamonds. Sherry has informed us that
Wow,
Bob
see, the card reader's off. Chris Ocho had Ace Jack.
Wow.
So he called the river bet. So his run good could be over.
Yes, Bob is a dealer, says Miss Sherry Markowitz.
Bob, which Bob?
Bolo Bob.
No, it said Bolo Chris on the thing.
Oh. Oh, it says Bolo is a dealer. Man, my eyesight's bad.
You are that age.
I am. Yes, people. Be happy you're not going to 60. I believe little Dave was just telling Bowtie he needs to buy some time. I can see the red square.
Is that the straddles? 1, 2, 10, 25?
Jeez,
The game's getting awful big all of a sudden.
right. Well, I think Chris is getting ready to leave, so he's pushing the action.
Well, actually, just by straddling doesn't mean you're playing more aggressive. Though. By straddling, you're protecting your hand. You wake up with a big hand there. You know, no one's going to put you on a big hand, and you can kind of, you know, with a straddle of 25, no one's going to raise you unless they have a big hand. So it's not.
And Robert's
it's
under
not
the
as
gun.
crazy and wild as people think it would be.
Yeah, Robert under the gun is not afraid to. Says, "I'll go."
Scotty's in with Jack 9 of diamonds.
See, if I was Chris with all those chips, as soon as Robert got to the table, I would have requested a seat change and moved away from Robert, because when you have the chip lead, you don't want to be next to the most aggressive player on your left.
Robert has a gutter ball. Jack to the straight. King 10 is still in the lead. Scotty's going to fold the Jack 9. And Robert did have the best hand, and he bets it.
See, if this game went all night, I imagine Robert would have much better success. The table's starting really tightening up. He's in there mixing it up. He came late, so I mean, he got unlucky on a couple hands. But his aggression eventually, I think, would get him the best of this table.
Mm-hmm. So Lil Dave just deals the live streams now? No one else comes in?
No, he gets relief. I don't know. I guess he deals about 95% of the time
Well, good for him.
of the stream.
Like seeing Dave back. Dave's a good employee. He's a hard worker,
He's been a friend of mine for a long time, real good friend.
very personable.
I don't like him. I'm just kidding.
Nice. That's
Speaks
nice.
speaks very fluent Spanish.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I like it when he talks to me in Spanish.
I bet you say it to all the guys.
I do not.
If you can't tell, guys, it's getting late here on our live stream. We may have had a few drinks or not.
Yeah, with the ace king of hearts for Edward. Wow, he's sits down with pocket
Yes.
kings.
Edward is also a solid player. He's a solid dealer, solid player.
The one thing that we did miss was
The kings and queens.
Robert hit the queen on the river.
He did?
Yeah,
Did they run it once or twice?
I think they ran it twice.
Wow.
He hit it on the
Manny
second-
called it. Manny called it.
On the second board, he hit the queen.
And I mean, people always say people get lucky. Aggression, I mean, you got to be in there to get lucky. You have to put your chips in there to get lucky.
Right.
So the more hands you're in, the more lucky you're going to get.
Yep.
People will notice all the times you get lucky. They don't notice the times that you don't get lucky.
Right.
See, I mean, I have a tendency to get unlucky a lot, but that's also because I'll play those hands that you say you shouldn't play, the 4-2, the 10-8, the 6-4, and I'll flop 2 pair, or I'll flop a straight, and I'll get unlucky.
Right.
Because
So
the more hands you're in,
Right.
the more unlucky you're going to get, the more lucky you're going to get.
So, Manny, if you guys have any questions, you can get in the chat and ask Manny about when you play bad and you get unlucky. Is that is that unlucky?
Is that unlucky or is that bad?
Yeah, because he says he plays the bad
Because
hands,
according to Manny,
but he gets unlucky.
yeah, according to Manny,
One thing,
when you say you shouldn't be in that hand, that's not true.
one thing you got to remember.
So
though,
he
one thing
plays
you gotta remember,
bad,
Yeah.
and he blames it on the dealer.
You got to remember this. There are 4 betting rounds in this game. You can play bad for the first betting round, and then get lucky, and then get unlucky in one of the later betting rounds. But again, that's what keeps this game going. That's what keeps everyone playing.
Right.
If everyone played the way you're supposed to play, the game wouldn't be any fun.
I enjoy being the best player in this seat right here. I've never lost a hand
Yeah,
sitting right
right.
here. I've folded in the right spot, I've called in the right spot, and I've raised in the right spot.
Mr. Bolo. Jack came out with a raise of King 6. Mr. Bolo's going to test his knowledge. Gutter ball.
Versus bottom pair or middle pair.
Is that the...
Jack let out with a
Right.
pair.
He's calling with the gutter ball.
Yeah.
Goodness
And
gracious.
2 overcards.
Yes. Oh.
Oh, God. Bingo.
Well, that's... Jack still representing.
Yeah, but Chris should raise here and Jack should fold. Hand should be over.
Why?
Here.
You don't get him out of the pot because if he's representing, he raises, he loses money. Jack might fire the last bullet on the river.
No, Jack is also playing close to the vest. I mean, he bet out because they were heads up. He thought they had the best hand, so he let out. Chris called with a gut shot, thinking that.
Well, the 7
just a-
just peels right off.
Yep.
How often does that happen?
So this hand should play itself. I mean, he's going to raise. Jack's
He
gonna
raised
fold.
100, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, instant
Yeah.
fold.
He shows the nuts.
Again, I'm not the best poker player, obviously, but I think I just called there because you're losing. I mean, unless you have him on a set, he's not going to be coming out betting on a set with the 8-6 deuce. So you sit there and you just smooth call it because he's the one that's leading out each time.
Yeah, but it's also a draw heavy board. If he has 2 pair, he can get lucky. The thing is, he already got
Right.
he already got lucky hitting his gut shot. How
Right.
How much more do you want?
I won it all.
Take-
I mean, how many times do you get those hands?
If you get lucky and hit that card, take,
Right.
take what you can get right there. Take what you can get.
I won all Jack's. If he's leading out, he's going to lead out on the river. I mean, you
I
cannot put
guarantee you-
him on a set
I
because he's not
guarantee you, a
leading
flat
out.
call there, he does not lead on the river. Jack was done with the hand as soon as he called him.
Yeah, he had to have a 6.
I don't think so.
He only leads out with a 6. If the river gets there.
In fact, I'm
Well,
surprised.
what happens
I'm
if he
even-
hits 2 pair on the
But
river?
Chris has to raise it because there's a flush draw. And
I'm surprised that Jack even let out on the turn once he let out on
Yeah,
the flop.
exactly.
But I see why Jack let out on the flop. He thought he had the best hand.
Yeah.
So
Another king, queen, king 10 suited.
now they're both going to flop a king.
Chris,
Oh. King 5 was folded.
yep. Man, the kings are hot tonight. Robert with ace 10, and he folded. Wow. Unlike Robert, he is playing a little tight tonight.
no, well, Robert came in playing. He was playing like pretty aggressive early on.
Edward calls 40 with 2-5 suited.
See,
They're-
now that's the kind of play I like. I
Yeah,
like that kind of play right there. You hit, your,
There's-
you hit your
there's-
hand, nobody else is going to see it coming.
Manny, quit trying to justify how you play bad and how you get unlucky.
Oh, no, here we go. He
And
ain't
watch,
going anywhere
he's getting
now.
out. He's going to lead out right here, and he's going to take down this pot. And there you have it, gentlemen. That's the act. That's the act you can call with the hand. That's the act you can call with the hand.
You're the only one that I've ever. I mean, I've watched a lot of poker, and I don't hear anyone saying, "Yeah, you got to come in at 2-5 and 2-4."
That's the act. No one else is going to put you on that.
If you want to attend Manny's losing poker strategies, please look him up
the
on
record-
Instagram.
For the record, I said that before the flop came out, before I saw any other cards coming.
Manny, when you play next, can I get a seat at his table, please, Scotty? Scotty, if you're listening. Oh, I love it.
And we showed down those hands.
If you want to beat Manny in hand,
When they-
just
when you
have
show
better
down
than
those
5
hands-
deuce.
When you show down those hands, and it wasn't even a bluff, you're still going to get more action because they think you're bluffing all the time, even though you weren't bluffing there. You had a real hand.
Wow, that's some aggressive playing right there. We're gonna call Edward KGB.
It wasn't aggressive. He just called.
He called with 2-5 with 2 people ahead of him. That's
And it was 15 more? It was 15 more to win 75. He was getting 5 to 1 on his money. 4 to 1 on his money.
you can't justify.
He was-
Here's 2-4. Here comes Robert.
It was
2-4.
more than 20% to win that hand.
Robert calls with 2-4.
Was he last? If he was that tagged, I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not
It was
opposed to
just the blinds.
Look, Bowtie has top pair with a jack high flush draw. Will has a gutter ball straight draw. Jack has a pair and a gutter ball straight draw.
Edward's open ended,
Edward has the open end straight draw.
and Robert should just get out of there.
Robert's the only one that missed.
Come on, Robert, get that 2-4 because that's how you win the big pots.
Manny
But
knows.
I guarantee you,
Manny's going to call any bet with that hand and go
I'm not going to call any
deuce,
bet.
deuce. And I told you it was good.
I told you.
I'm not calling any bet, but if I'm last to act and there's no more betting behind me, no one else can re-raise.
Here we go.
Ace
before
of
the line,
diamonds.
I'm
So
seeing that pop.
Bowtie makes the nut flush out of the possible
And
players.
here
in
come. Okay, what do? You got to just call here.
He's only calling because he's worried that he could have a better flush draw, not turn the flush.
Well, not only that, Will lead out again. I guarantee it.
If a diamond comes,
No, if a diamond comes, Will's out of there.
Yeah, if diamond comes, Will ain't leading out.
Yeah, he's gonna bluff.
I think he's going to bluff. There we go, Queen. Here he comes. He's going to represent 10. Here we go.
He's gonna check call. That's what he's gonna do.
Check call. He's got nothing.
Yeah, how's he going to call?
It's not,
Bowtie's option.
wait, it's not Will in the hand. It's the player.
Yeah,
with the
taxi Will. Taxi Will and Bowtie.
Whoever's in the hand has a 10. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, you're saying
I
the
think
card, the card reader's off?
I think our graphics are wrong.
There's the
Nope,
fold, so he
there's
had the
fold.
9-7
Yeah,
for sure.
9-7, Yep.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't think he's folding
That's
it straight.
good, man. You're 50% right now. One hand good, one hand.
All right, well,
You were dead on that
let's-
one hand.
Let's see who sees a flop here. Let's all take a player. See who's right.
Yeah, you like those folds, didn't you? Yeah, Manny's like, there's no way he's folding 2 pair here. Oh, shit, he folded.
I didn't say that. Did
Yeah. How you like Manny's strategy of 2-4?
I thought you were funny, though.
What?
You're funny. My favorite one was the ace king versus the ace queen when I open fold his ass. All you hear is, they didn't even go to a flop. What the hell? Like, this would be fireworks. Wait, he folded.
That was a great fold.
You played what, 6 hands all night long? No, Jack,
Yeah, not many.
right? So I mean, if I make a 15 and he just instantly pops it to 70, like, come on, guy.
No, he's good. He's just talking to us.
Yeah, he's just talking to us.
Thank you, Jarrett.
All right. Cubby Chris is coming.
Edward, ace king. 3-bet. Look at both of them.
Edward's got some big hands since he came to the table.
Yeah, Ethan left a half hour too early. 'Cause I'm pretty sure he wasn't getting those hands.
No, he was not.
And I believe he was in for 700.
Scotty calls with queen jack.
Big hand.
And
Yeah.
Scotty gets there. But Edward's going to call anything. Oh, wow. Check,
easy,
check.
easy.
Come on, guys. There you
Easy.
go. Get across the line.
Yeah, he ain't going anywhere.
He's calling, hoping to hit a pair. See if it's a 9.
Off.
Come back, TV.
Come back.
A 6 of
Oh.
spades. Gives him a. Scotty's got the flush draw along with top pair.
Edward's
Yeah.
done with his hand.
No, I'm sorry. What did you say?
Edward's gonna be done with his hand.
Yeah.
Sound like you said win, but I guess win and done is. Scotty takes it down.
Right. Take a look at Edward's hand, and this is no joke. He was at my table tonight before I got off. I dealt him ace king, and he'd be the first one to say 4 times in a half hour, and he chopped the pot once and lost the other 3 hands.
Wow.
Yeah, he lost about I want to say it was 275. He
He didn't make any pairs.
flopped the top, and the other guy flopped the bottom 2. They chopped ace king. The guy rivered a flush. Yeah, it was brutal. He's like, man, I've never had ace king so much and lose so much. So right there, ace king again tonight. Ace king and lost again.
Yeah. He should fold it. It's not his hand.
That's right. Not tonight.
No. Sometimes it runs like that. You get these big hands they don't make. You get these medium to strong cards like connected suitors, and you
Right.
smash it every time. Jared's going to wake up with ace queen offsuit. Going to put in a little 3-bet. Scotty Karate's going to play his king 9 of clubs. I love that hand. King 9 actually hits a lot. I don't know if you guys being dealers see that, but
No, they call that hand sawmill because if you play that hand too much, you'll end up working in a sawmill.
Sawmill. Okay. Okay. I didn't know that.
This could be.
There you go.
There's your 2-4, Manny. You called it.
On the nose every time.
No kidding. I'm going to start playing 2-4.
I don't recommend it all the time. It's certain situations, in certain positions, in certain pots.
When you're getting 5-1 on your money.
And it cannot be raised behind you. That's the important part. It cannot be raised behind you.
And Jared takes it down.
Bring back Big Mike over here. We need some more action in this game. All our action players work in the daytime. They're home sleeping.
Edward pre-flop raised 44%. He's only, so basically every other hand he's raising.
Yeah, but he has big cards.
Right.
Pocket kings, ace, king.
For the record, the last hand I saw him win was 5 deuce.
That's true.
He lost with ace king.
All right, here we go. 3-5. Let's see if Jerry keeps it up. Mr. Jarrett.
There's no way Jared didn't have that in him.
So I'm just sitting here thinking as we're going through this.
You should never do that.
No, you shouldn't. But if I had to make my dream 9 dealers, Jacob McFarland would be in there. Mike, Lucky. I mean that table would just rock. No,
As far as action?
for
Okay.
action. For action.
Yeah.
Yes, for action.
Or better players.
No, just for action. If you want action.
I mean, you take the starting lineup we have when we came in.
Yeah.
Bring in Mateo.
Oh yeah, bring in Mateo.
Bring in Gino. Bring in Mateo.
Gino.
Bring in Gino. Come on.
Right. I mean, those guys are just. They're
Art. Bring in Art.
they're not afraid of no, not Art.
Well, they basically have like so much experience from
Right.
dealing and
Exactly.
playing.
Exactly.
They've seen so many hands that they're able to play
Right.
in the position versus playing out of position against the better player with a better hand.
Mm-hmm.
Ace deuce with the nut flush draw. Bets 250 and Will's all in with ace queen. He figures he's got 2 overcards, but he doesn't realize he's got the best hand. He's got to fade a spade. Hey, he turns the best hand. And he rivers the best
there we
hand.
go.
Ace queen holds up. He just shows 1 queen. The queen is good for sure, Robert. So you like that call with the over bet, and then he just calls all in with just 2 overcards?
I think he's
just short stack, just trying to
I
maximize
agree.
his chips.
Yeah, he's got 2 overs. I think he says screw it.
Yeah, we don't know what kind of reads they're getting on the table either.
And he goes
We don't-
bink, bink, queen, queen.
What's little Dave doing right there, stretching, or
There's no telling.
Dave is full of tricks, people. We call him the mechanic, otherwise known as the mechanic.
He's a good dealer. He tries to make sure everybody's cards hits their reader,
He's
helps them out.
He's another one I never dealt before he came to Rounders. Very good guy, very good dealer, good bartender. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up for tonight.
Hey, Manny,
Pleasure-
thank you for
pleasure
joining us
talking to you
tonight.
guys. I'll do it again sometime soon.
Really appreciate your help tonight.
I do welcome back all comments, even if they're negative. And I'll see you on the tables.
We're hoping to get
Good night,
one.
everyone.
We're hoping to get one positive one. Come on, people. Thank you, Manny. Appreciate you helping out. He was here a long time.
How long was Manny here?
The whole time. He did great.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
The whole 3 days.
Jesus, he's drinking out of 3 different containers. I wonder what's in them.
What's up, guys?
Scotty.
Scotty,
This was fun. It's fun being on the other side.
How'd you end up doing tonight?
I ended up 100.
Oh,
I spoiled it. Spoiler alert, I guess.
no. No such thing.
Yeah.
We just can't imagine you being up 100. Actually,
Neither can I. I counted my chips at the end, and I was very shocked.
yeah, you did get mixed up in a few hands there.
Well, I got a little squirrely early. And,
Yeah.
And, you know.
How'd you work your way out of it?
Yeah, that 10-8 with Zach earlier. I mean,
Yeah,
I trapped myself.
he flopped the full house.
I trapped myself in it. You know, I didn't think it could be there, but that's all right. I fought back. I was actually proud of the one poker move I made in my life when I folded that ace king. That's the only time I've ever made a good move in
another
my whole
ace
life.
king fold.
Well, you made a good bet when you had the worst 8. And,
Yeah, against Taxi Will.
Yeah, he had the queen 8, you had the 10-8.
Yes, yep.
Yeah.
And that's what I try to do. My VPIP I know was pretty high. Look at the thing. I'm pretty sure I was trying to play my position most of the times, and also I just wanted to play. I don't get to play poker very often, so it was pretty fun.
In the booth, I'm JT with Hammer and Scotty Karate, our general manager. He's talking to us about the hands he's played tonight, and the game is still going on. He's just taking a little break.
I mostly wanted to come in here to make fun of Ochoa for cashing out.
He's smart.
15 minutes before the stream ended.
That's smart.
Chubby Chris.
Joey.
Chubby Chris. we've been giving him stuff all time about this.
That was funny.
That's the poor eyesight that trips to that.
yeah, that's what it is.
But it worked out good. But yeah, it was like no one really got out of line. Like it wasn't like, I mean, Mike and Will were playing hard at each other early, before when you guys first started. I mean, Will wins a $900 pot, and you guys got $200-300 in front of you, and then it was just everybody played pretty well.
Well, I was in the cage. Zach cashed out for over 1,000.
Yeah, Zach killed it. Well, he got ace. He I don't know, this guy had 10 something against pocket tens. The flop was 10-5-5. Everything was low, so Scotty thought his 10 was good.
Yeah, I raised in position with 10-8 of clubs, I believe it was, or spades. It was a black two black 10, black 10-8, and the flop came 10-5-5. I think it was.
Yeah, 10-5-5.
And I was in position, and it checked, bet, smooth call, check, fire. Well, insta call.
Right.
And he flopped the nuts.
Oh, look at this. Edward trip tens and Taxi Will 2 pair. Will's in.
Yeah, Will's never folding here.
Will's not going anywhere.
He's putting Edward on the damn flush draw, and Will's just going to snap call the all-in bet.
So in this hand, actually, what happened is that Will bet a turn.
Oh.
Will bet out a turn in this hand, and ended up getting committed to the pot, and he trapped himself.
Yeah. He plays very, very hard when he has a pair. Like, he's not one to believe you have anything.
Yeah, I was shocked that he folded that 8. I didn't believe him. I was waiting to watch it.
Exactly.
I didn't believe he had the 8 because I was shocked that he folded it.
But the king came on the turn.
Correct.
So I think he bet you raised, and he called, and then the king came on the turn. He checked, you bet, and he folded, and he showed the 8. And I know he said, I had queen 8. I'm good.
Right.
You're like, really? You folded an 8?
I was surprised. I really was.
Yeah, that was pretty neat. Jack got very unlucky first couple hands.
Jack has had a few rough hands going here. I know the one that I flopped a set earlier, and then both Jared and him river flushes went in his favor for one, but he still barely made any money on that one. He's been having a tough go of it.
He ended up, I think he broke even because he ended up winning like 175 on the river, where you had flopped a set of 4s, river to the perfect card.
Yep, to make it
but
110.
you had won anyways.
Yeah,
but
we were already all in at that point.
yeah,
I was at least.
Yeah, you were all in. But for Jared to get stacked and Jack to get his money back. Thank you. And also, like, okay, Lewis made the game, huh? Is that his name?
I'm sorry? Ellis.
Oh, Ellis.
Yeah,
Ellis come in.
It's funny. I literally, I'm going to move seats. And I go, no, I haven't had a big pair all night. And then his first hand, he sits down to queen.
Jeez, that's like Edward's first hand when he sat down with kings.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, and that queen on the river.
Oh.
We were having so much fun with
Oh,
that.
yeah, Robert puts them all in. Did they run it twice because we lost?
They ran it twice, yep.
We had technical
Yeah,
difficulty.
we ran it twice, and the river was a queen. The second
on the
board,
second board,
second board
I
was a
saw
queen.
that clip, but yeah, Edward would have won a big pot.
Chris Bolo, everyone at the table was laughing because he's one of our new hires here, one of our new dealers. and half the staff did not recognize him that was playing. So
Yeah.
no one had any clue.
Oh, back here
I don't
either.
think you did either.
Yeah. We're all sitting here like, who in the heck is Chris Bolo?
Yeah.
I'm in the mood now to play that 100K freeze out coming up March 4th.
Right.
Ooh, I'm loose. I'm loose. Yeah, don't forget-
You got the itch, huh?
Hey, there's some great satellites. I mean, the $100 sit and go tables.
Oh, yep.
Those should be thick.
Yep.
And
what we'll do, which we've done before, which everyone loves, we'll do some dry hand flips where you put $50 in, run it, and if you win a seat.
Right.
Yeah, I'm ready. I mean, if you're watching at home and you're ready to play a big tournament, this is the type of player you're going to play against. Me. Terrible.
Right.
Awful.
Yeah.
Squeak my way to a win. So come on out.
Where's Manny when you need him? Taxi wheel 2-4.
I never said he was terrible. He said it. Okay, just make sure everybody heard that. But
I said it for myself, don't worry.
I love that the $10,000 Big O Championship.
Yes.
I want to be a part of that.
Yep.
I said it's only a $300 buy-in. I'm $275 away from getting into it.
Yep. Uh-huh. Yep.
So I know I got 25 and probably 50 over here.
Yep.
So I'm only 200 away.
Oh, yeah. I won about $60. I'll give you.
The accumulator is going to end on Sunday.
Yes, a couple chances to get in. Great tournament. 8,000 guaranteed for first prize. Does end on Sunday. So come on out, win the tournament, and have a nice Valentine's Day.
Right. And we just had that tournament a month ago.
Right, yep.
And there was only 32 players that made it to the final day.
Small day,
Oh, wow.
Small.
good prize pool.
So
yeah.
1 out of 32 to win $8K. And
And how many multiple bagged players were
2.
there?
Was it only two?
really?
I thought we had 4 or 5.
No, it was no, it was I saw, yeah, because you could add on to the
Correct,
chips,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of the tournament after that where,
Right, the 75K.
yes,
Yeah.
we had 2 because we had to pay them out before the tournament started. Right.
Yeah, again, we have that 100K starting March 4th, but our 3-year anniversary is late March, and we got some big plans coming up for that. So we'll play some big tournaments, have some fun events.
Well, we got the
Stay tuned.
$25,000 accumulator, $100,000 freeze out in March, and the $10,000
Yeah.
Big O
Big O.
Championship. So
Yeah, what else do you need?
And I hear the dealers are just pounding at the door to deal that Big O tournament.
that's why they're being trained in the new school we got going on here.
Well, it's a fun game to deal. I mean, it keeps you interested. I know that.
Yeah.
I don't remember what I had. Oh, there it is.
Uh-oh.
I'm
Looks.
sorry you had the queens. We missed that hand we were talking, but
Yep, and
did
then I
the
get
win-
jacks.
Did the queens take it? The queens take it down?
Queens took that hand. Ellis did win that
Even
hand.
though there's an ace on the board?
I believe, yes, yeah. I believe this is our second to last hand, possibly, before we do some fun stuff. And this is being misread. I can tell you right now that Chris Bolo has kings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he does have kings here.
Oh, goodness. How do you get off the jacks?
Well, I hired him, so I assume I know how he plays. It just seemed he seemed very straightforward. He's a very solid player, but he just,
He bet 100 or something in there?
Yeah, I bet 100. Everyone, I guess. Oh, we ran it because we wanted to see where we were at. We were having fun. Yeah, there's the kings right there.
Yeah.
Two kings.
Yeah, the card reader gave us a few problems tonight because we're saying, oh my gosh, he's got aces back to back. And
Yep.
and Chris didn't have aces, he had kings.
Kings, right, yeah.
Like how did he flop a set against, Ethan having aces up or whatever? And
Yeah, it's been interesting. I mean, little Dave in the box is a friend of all of ours too, so we're all making jokes and giving him a hard time and that kind of thing. And so sometimes the card goes over the wrong sensor. And
yeah, but he's been like I call it short arming, but he's basically reaching out to you to make sure the card doesn't cross the sensor. So I thought that was great that he was doing that. So I was really surprised that the card reader was acting up just a little bit tonight, but it's a lot of fun when you think they have a hand they don't have, and you're sitting there talking about it, and you go, oh, he showed kings, it showed aces. And the sad thing is he had aces in hand before, and I didn't recognize he had those exact 2 aces. Wasn't paying that much attention, unfortunately.
So those card readers, the symbols and
The clubs?
yeah.
The clubs of the reader.
Oh, that's why he's going. Okay, I was trying to figure out what the heck's he doing over
Yeah,
there.
he's reaching out there trying to make sure the cards
Yeah.
don't cross.
'cause once it passes a sensor, it's read by that sensor and it
Right.
becomes that hand.
And can't they then they're also putting it on there?
Right. They
So-
put them on there. And it can read 2 or 3 cards, 4 cards, I think.
And so the staff that works these streams a lot they're all playing. So
Right.
like as you can see, Jared's doing the action tracking. So sometimes it's hard to follow everything.
Yeah, it's hard to do that and play.
I'm
and
sure you said he cannot see the cards. People might be concerned. He cannot see any cards.
Right,
There's nothing.
right.
He's just making sure that the cards are being read. That's all.
Well, his chip stack shows that. proves
Yeah,
that.
he has. If he has the advantage, he's
Yeah.
definitely know how to use it.
That's what he said. A new player sat down. He's like, "How are you seeing this?" And he's like, "I would not be down this much if I could see it."
Yeah.
Robert calls 50 with king queen.
Jack with the ace jack. We were saying that how Jack plays every hand that has a jack,
Jack
in
in
it.
it.
Yeah.
He was telling me a funny story. I was sitting next to him because his father was watching the live stream at home, and I forget the exact wording, but he folded a hand, and he goes, "Way to be soft, son," or something like that. He texted him because he was watching it. But it was a good fold. He made the right fold. So, but it's just funny the way we phrased it.
Top two, ace deuce with Chris. He's running good all of a sudden. Oh,
Jack
Jack.
calls all in.
Uh,
Oh, Nelly.
he bet and got raised. Oh, my gosh.
It's getting off.
Still good.
Mr. Bolo Rand is on fire.
Yeah.
Jack, throw Dave the last $2 you have and get
Look
out.
at that, 882. I think he bought in for 200.
He rebought.
He got felted the first hand.
Yeah, he bought
Chris
in for
Bolo.
100 the first time because we're like, who is that guy?
Yeah, he felted. He got felted the first hand.
I believe, if I remember right, this might be our last hand, and then we do some bomb pot.
Yeah, y'all didn't do too many bomb pots tonight.
Well, we did a couple, and every time Jared was telling us we had a little hard time doing the tracking with it. Just
Oh.
it might have been because he was there at the table. I'm not 100% sure. So everything kept kind of a little screwed up, and we just said let's nix the bomb pots.
Did y'all do any dry hands or anything?
At the end, I'm not sure if it's going to be on the stream. We did a bomb pot, and then we did one dry hand with a few little goofy side.
It's a lot of work to try and do the board that Jared's showing right there, along with playing. Because if you get involved in a hand, it's very difficult to try and put down what everybody's doing, and trying to not give away your hand.
Can little Dave mark those bills, please?
They come from Jack. They're good.
Oh.
Tournament director. He's good for it.
Yeah, but where did he get those from?
Right. His dad, if he's watching,
Making great folds.
yeah.
Making great folds.
You gonna play soft there, Dad?
I don't know if you've played a lot of tournaments. I know you've played a lot
Yeah.
and you've played some, but Jack is a phenomenal tournament director.
Oh yeah.
Directs all of our tournaments, especially some of our big events. He's absolutely phenomenal. He definitely had a rough run tonight, but I don't want to downplay how smart he is and how good he is. At
Oh,
what he does.
I've dealt his cash games, and he's a strong cash
Yeah,
player.
He makes great reads. He makes great plays. He's very, very good.
Right.
Yeah, he just got unlucky.
Yeah. Which
I mean, come
happens.
on, ace jack versus
Yeah.
ace deuce.
Yeah, you ain't getting off that.
And if he
short
doesn't
stack.
get it all in, he'll get it all in on the
Hard
turn,
stack,
100%.
Yeah, it's
The
short
hands
stack,
play
yeah,
out, doesn't
yeah. Yeah. Has this been cutting out on
Yes.
us?
Yeah, all day.
All night.
I'll blame little Dave.
Yeah.
It's got to be a short someplace, obviously.
Need new cable.
Poor Justin sat down. I don't think he heard me. I told him, hey, we're playing one more hand, and then we're doing a bomb pot. And I don't think he heard it. So we all get done, and he's like, where's everybody going?
Jacob just joined in.
Jacob
Well,
just
Jacob's
joined.
celebrity hand, I think he's playing over Jared for the last hand.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there's.
Oh, this is going to make Jack sad.
Oh no!
Yep.
Scotty's in it.
We
Nobody
can't
else-
see we can't see no one's hands.
I know what Jack's was.
Scotty comes out
Yeah,
strong.
80.
Wow.
I told you I'm playing my button.
Whoa,
I'm
Nelly!
playing my button.
Here comes Jack.
There was 100 and change in there already, so.
Jack, get your cards on the reader, son.
Oh, there they are. He said.
Oh no! Here we go again.
And he has a better flush draw too.
Jeez, a little cheese and rice.
Ah, he bricks out.
You can see the little smile. He's thinking.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're watching the stream or if you could see it on your phone, but we were laughing at
Ace Jack again.
basically we were saying that anybody beat you in the hand's gonna get the midnight to 3 shift.
I told a few people at the table about that at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do believe we play. I think we do a bomb pot and then a dry hand. The dry hand might not be on this next one. Yeah, I did wonder about that while I was playing. If any of the guys were folding or making moves because it was me.
Right.
I'd have to go sit back and watch and see if I think of anything.
I think pretty much if anybody made a move at you is only because they wanted those chips, not
Because it was me.
yeah. Not I mean they were just caught up in the hand.
Yep.
You know, like you making a move at will.
Mhm.
You know, thinking your 8 was the best 8.
To be
but-
fair, I did think that was the best 8. I
Yeah,
didn't think I was making
I
a
knew
move.
you-
I'm not good enough.
Right. That's what I said. You thought if the board paired and he checks, I got to be good.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. So that was a great play. I'm surprised he folded because he plays so strong anytime he makes a pair that for him to fold against you and then call with the 9s on a 10-10-9 board and someone's betting into him, it just
Yep. I hope I proved that the old adage that those who can't play cards manage card rooms.
no. Those who can't play cards get to talk about it.
I'm doing both, so
I'll tell you what, I've never lost a dime in 6 Thursdays.
in the booth.
Yeah. Oh, we're doing a bomb pot?
This
Okay.
is the PLO bomb pot.
I'm definitely in my comfort zone. I play so well from here. Everybody's in the hand, but we can only see
Yep.
2 players, so
Lot
it's
of
very
cards.
difficult. Queen Jack is
Sorry,
good.
popping up, yep.
10 Queen.
Oh,
Edward.
10 Queen, excuse me. But then Jared, who is
Yeah, Ellis folds 3 pair. And Jack begged him for the hand. Jack begged him, give me that hand.
Wow, 3
Yep.
pair. Didn't want to go for the boat, huh?
Yep.
What was the bet?
I think he bet 80 or 90,
Oh.
75, somewhere around there. It was just a pretty
Well, he
pot
takes it
size.
down,
Yeah,
huh?
pot
Yeah.
size. Nobody wanted to play. Nobody splashed around. Yeah, that was fun.
Yep.
really
Well, we
good to
want
be
to
in
thank
there, so-
everybody tonight for coming in. We had L Thunderbird, Trey came in here, Manny helped out, Scotty and Hammer. We appreciate you guys coming in. The dealers appreciation, actually employees appreciation. Liz played good. She won the very first hand she sat down in.
Lexi.
Lexi, excuse
yeah,
me.
yeah.
I
Lexi.
called her Liz. Sorry.
Yeah, she did. She's played some tournaments. A couple of the
Okay,
servers played some tournaments
okay.
around here, and yeah, she knew what she was doing, and she just hope she plays a little more. You know,
Yeah.
she gets some more.
Yeah, she
experience.
did great.
She did really well. Yeah.
So for Rounders Live, everybody here, Mike, hope you're feeling better. We want to thank everybody for watching and subscribing and liking, and we wish you all a good night.
Good night, guys. Thanks.
Thank you for showing up.